everybody. I hope everyone's alright. Welcome back to the live stream where we are doing some iRacing and some other stuff and also some screen stuff. Just messing around with things. Getting stuff looking nice. Hope everyone's good. Oh, okay. Thought I'd broken stuff already there, but I hadn't. Get in there. Who's going to be first in the chat? Who will be first? Who will it be? Who will it be? Who is it? Who are you? Woo-hoo. Red Bowl Bob. Hello. How's it going, man? How you doing? My moustache is getting too big. I don't know how you keep growing it out sideways so you can have a mansell. How's things? I'm alright. I'm alright. I'm okay. Hello, the real Benny Mac. How you doing, man? I was up till so we did a 10-hour stream yesterday, and then I was like, you know what? I wonder if these G-Sync settings work. I know this is non-alcoholic. I don't drink alcohol. This is Guinness 0.0. It's really nice actually. Pills and booze. Yeah, ibuprofen for my back of my arm. That's how we get through the day. That's the only way we get through the day is with pills and booze. Yeah, so we did a 10-hour stream yesterday, and then I was like, do you know what? I wonder, because it's hard to change G-Sync settings and stuff and do settings whilst you're live streaming. So I was like, let's try some stuff out. So I was messing around with that for like 3 hours. Oh dear. I think we're getting better stuff. Fully understanding the maximum potential of 120 Hz OLED and G-Sync and stuff, and what works better and what doesn't. Should probably do a video on it, but it's going to be the problem is it's one of those types of videos where for like 4 people it'll be very interesting. For like 4 I didn't join. For like the 2 people that are rich enough to have OLEDs. I mean, there's some interesting tidbits in there, so it's interesting educationally, but then the problem with that is that it would take a long time to make a video with all the explaining it. So if you're doing a video that's educational for people that don't know anything about it, you then have to like explain stuff really, really clearly. Whereas if you're doing a video that's like about settings for people to use, it's a lot less. They've already got the equipment, so they understand it contextually. So, hello, Counterbait. He's always in the fish and chips in Covent Garden. If I was gonna rob Counter Debate, I'd just hang around Covent Garden. I'd spike his fish and chips. That's how you get Counter Debate. You fish and chip him. What are you up to, Real Bub? Though, like, how do you find yourself here? Comic Sans Garden. That doesn't make any sense. Hang on, is chat working? Real Benny Max just typed a message. Did that actually come up in the restream chat? Someone else typed something on YouTube. You guys are really slow. Oh, it did. There we go. Game of Muscle, you don't know this, but because of you, I have a love-hate relationship with iRacing. Why am I guilty? What did I do? What did I do wrong? What did the dog do? What did the dog do? He loves himself and hates iRacing. Wow, you know. Daytona. Good track, this. Long time lurker, enjoy my rants. Well, my rants seem to they trigger people. I think my rants upset the sim deluded. So basically, there's a large number of sim racers that are utterly delusional as to what sim racing is. They're the same type of people that play paintball thinking they're in the SAS. You know. They don't realise really that they're playing a video game. Fundamentally, or they don't have any nuance to their thinking. They're fully all in on the cult of normally just one simulator, AMS2, iRacing, AC, whatever. That's it, just one sim. So my comments upset those people because I undermine the seriousness of their video game. So they really don't. Yeah. It's weird, but it's how it is. Gotta simulate racing on a computer. Yeah. It's a constant thing with sims though. You get it with flight sims as well. More YouTube videos soon. Yeah, well, I'll have more videos. I wasn't feeling too well recently. I tend to do live streaming when I'm not feeling very well. It's a lot easier. I find live streaming a lot less effort. I don't have to think as much. Yeah, it's illegal to have fun. Well, I think it's different types of fun, isn't it? So some people get their fun out of role playing that they're a race driver in a literal sense. You know, and I think often that's younger people as well. Like, it's the same with like Counter-Strike and stuff. Some people, well, especially when you're younger, you feel like you have to prove yourself, and so you're very competitive, and So anything that potentially undermines the seriousness of the competitive potential or goes against some like direct mindset. I don't know. I noticed this with sports people. Like growing up, I was around quite a few sports people. Like weirdly, I when I lived in France, I like went to a French football team, like a proper football team, and I was only there because they let me in as part of not because I was good at football, but the people there were like serious. You know, there'll be people probably in the French national team now that were playing at the same time. Like they were top football players, right? And they had no nuance. Like they were there to do one thing. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of people where their parents, from a really young age, were like, right, you're going to be a footballer. That's what you're going to do. Oh, hello. Unlucky Vader. Hands in the air. Thank you so much for the raid. Who doesn't like a bit of cheesy hard dance? It's a pigeon, mate. It's a pigeon. I was going to be, the French bowls champion, actually. But yeah, no, so you have people that are they're single-minded people. I think that's what it is, which is fine. I don't think it's not necessarily negative. Like sometimes being really single-minded can be very beneficial. So I'm not even like universally knocking them. But the thing is, you get a lot of people like that, quite a good subset of people like that. And they don't tend to see humour in certain things or absurdity. And everything's a competition. Everything's like be the best or do everything in a specific way, but without any nuance. It's really weird because they actually end up being worse. So like the people that I knew growing up that were really, really good at stuff, they actually had a pretty humorous and nuanced way of doing stuff. They weren't that regimented way of thinking. But yeah, I don't know, Lorenzo. I think to make it, I think you can get like a person to an elite level with that mindset. But I think the people that can sustain an elite level actually enjoy it and actually aren't like and actually are a bit sort of humorous with it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Instruments is a really good example, actually. People that learn how to play an instrument because they've been forced to and it's beaten into them, and they get really good, technically good at playing like a guitar or something, but they don't look like they're actually... They even like... What's funny is, sometimes they're like... Stuff is drilled into them where they're making like faces and stuff and like fake smiling and stuff to like pretend as if they're like that component of it is drilled into them as well, so it's not natural. Like I think it is noticeable when you see someone that genuinely is playful and likes something versus someone that's kind of a bit robotic. Not that being robotic's bad. Like I can see loads of scenarios where that's great, but I think they're probably, maybe it's disconnected. Anyway, in sim racing and sports and activities, there's a lot of humorless people, and there's a lot of people that can't see the forest from the trees. And there's a lot of people that can be exploited with snake oil as well, especially younger people. But, you know, oh well. I'll just continue to make jokes out of everything because it's the only point in life. How do people take life seriously? A lot of the time, like, what I always say is take it seriously, unserious. take it seriously, unseriously. How do people genuinely not have that duality there? Like they it's mental. Alpha, well, it's hard to, you can't really make that judgment from radio calls because they're in the driving mindset, so you know it's not really, that's a different, so someone that's currently active in doing the thing, they might have like a very regimented approach and you know, I don't know, you can't know them at all. There's no way, you can't judge sports people from how they are on TV and stuff. There's no way to know. You'd be really surprised. You'd be really surprised like quite often the people that seem nice or not nice on TV or whatever, how they are in real life is completely dislocated. Like you couldn't know. You could have someone that was mean in terms of what you generally perceived of them, and they're really nice. You could have someone that's really nice and they're actual complete arses, or they're like whatever like that. You just, there's no way. You really can't know. So I'm an arse. I'm a terrible person. To be honest, I'm terrible to work with. I wouldn't work with myself. I'm just the worst. I'm mostly just tired. I'm mostly just exhausted. I quite like this track. Need a well, maybe some stimulants or something. Every morning. It's not a goldfish. I don't know what they are. We're going to do the race. I think this race is on the hour. We're just learning the car here. Alright, Alpha. Have a good one. Enjoy your James Bond. Radical side. Need to well, this is the LMP2. I was just driving around. Guys, check out Random Call Sign's channel if you haven't, on Twitch and YouTube. Give him a follow. You all know him. Obviously, you all know him. The GTP's got completely broken handling in this, so I don't, you know, on the scale of broken handling, the GTP's on another level. What screen are you using? Is your current screen not an OLED, Random? That big screen you got? I thought you bought an OLED, but then you were saying 9. Oh, I think I worked out what happened. You know, you were messaging about contacts for OLEDs. Do you remember that guy that did the video with the new LG OLEDs? I think that's basically where they decided to go with the marketing. So what you need to do, Random, is both you and me need to build a warehouse, and then we need to film stuff in a really pretentious way, and then not actually say anything that's pertinent. to someone that would be spending the money on a OLED. That's what you need to do. That's the key. I've worked out that I've cracked the code. Make sure you do a really... No worries. Make sure you do make sure you do a really long, convoluted video with good camera shots and pretentious talking, but be completely wrong about simulators, and don't mention any of the features of the monitor that's actually pertinent to gaming. Even though that's ostensibly the point of the video. Genius. They should give some new OLEDs to Boosted. He's probably got the best setup for it, actually. I think he'll do an alright job. Do I know him? Yeah. Sadly, I've eaten food with him, which was like one of the worst experiences of my life. I don't know him that well. I mean, I've spent a few hours with him. I like his radical videos. Like it's I say this every time, but like if you've ever done like YouTube content or video filming, it's a complete pain in the arse to film race car footage, especially onboards and stuff, and to have it come out well. And also it's quite difficult to edit onboard race footage and stuff, and everything into a narrative that's watchable, because if you're doing a race, there's a lot of like convoluted shit, and you're obviously doing a race, so you want to be focused on that, right? So filming a YouTube video, having all the cameras work properly, doing like the cutaway shots and talk to camera bits and having all that done, and then doing the I mean, he does have an editor, so let's not give him too much credit. But yeah, he does a good job. They're good videos. Also, he has the best skin in SimRace, and he's like the most youthful sim racer. I'm hoping one day he wakes up and he's like aged 50 years. Here's me with my skin cream next to my sim rig. What's that? The rally call outs for Daytona. That's pretty funny, actually. To drive Daytona, turn slight right into... That's not even right, though. It's left. The first corner's a left. It's a left-hander, then into a slight right, then left, then medium right, then a medium left, then a hard right, then a slight curve, then a tight left. Don't cut. That's not even right. Dorkly Twitch, you drunk. Can ChatGTP do track callouts? Hang on. This is actually pretty funny. Do rally callouts for Daytona road track as if it were a rally stage. Pace notes. You ready? Start line 5, 4, 3, 2. Hang on, and we've got to get this right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. 200, 5 right into 3 left into 4 left. 100 flat out 6 right over crest. 6 left, keep in. 100 hard braking, 3 right tightens. 200 flat out slight right. 5 right long into flat out 6 left. 300 flat out into 6 left long. pretty good. Yeah, it's wrong though, isn't it? It may be... What's it basing the start line on? Maybe coming out the pit lane? Oh, I need to bind pit limiter actually. Put it on here. And then chat can go on here. And then chat mute can go on here. There we go. Dark Play Twitch, you got to be Pace Notes co-pilot in a rally today. I don't think I'd ever want to be a rally co-driver, you know. They have to sit there. I don't know about you guys, but I don't like passenger laps really. I'll have one if someone's like, oh, I've got a fast car. Do you want to lap around the Nords or something, or like a track I've never been around? Like, for sure, I'll accept it. I take them up when they come up. I'm in a very lucky position where that happens actually quite often, but I don't like being a passenger. Like, it makes me motion sick, and you're hostage. What do you mean? Why they're sardines behind the pedals? Where else would you put your sardines on a sim rig? I don't think you really thought about that. Join the actual session, I think. So, who else in chat spends? Who else in chat spends 3 hours after a 10-hour live stream trying different monitor settings? Just me? Is that just me? Oh, it's just me. Yeah, I think we'll do the LMP2, and then we'll do then we can do it in results at 1:45. So this is 20 minutes, and it's a one. So yeah, we can do that. Good plan. We've got to wait 2 minutes, and we can join this. What do you mean 3 hours? What's it? What's in 3 hours? What are you guys saying? Are you drunk as usual? Ringmeister's with the Skippy, which is good. I would check monitor settings. Yeah, no, that's what I spent. Yeah, because I was going through trying different G-Sync settings, and then trying different combinations of settings with different sims. Then disabling it, and then trying different sim settings. You know. You have to do these things. Why does it not let me join yet? I've got to wait another minute. Because you have G-Sync, then you have the boost reflex setting. So testing them side by side. Then you have G-Sync plus V-Sync on. And then I wanted to just test just V-Sync with no G-Sync. And then testing that, and then trying it with a frame rate limiter. So yeah, my monitor only does 120 hertz as an OLED. I really want to try like a 144 hertz OLED or a 200 and what frame rate is it? 240. Is it 240 hertz? I really want to try a 240 hertz OLED and see what the clarity is like on that, because with the 120 hertz OLED, nothing is as clear as VSync with black frame insertion, with the game running well above 120 hertz, but you put VSync on so it only runs at 120. Nothing looks better than that. That's absolutely the best frame timing, best clarity. You know, like, it looks incredible. But the downside of that is you need the game has to run. Like, you can't drop below. Basically, you can't have the game drop below 200 FPS. That's the downside of that, because to have the overhead so that nothing ever drops below 120, the game has to be running at like 200, 250, 200 FPS internally. If that makes sense. So you can G-Sync on with boost and everything. It's not Nvidia's fault. It's to do with display and hold. The G-Sync looks great and everything, but the problem is you can't then take advantage of black frame insertion, so you lose that clarity on an OLED, 120 hertz OLED. However, possibly 144, but I would imagine definitely a 240 hertz OLED, the refresh rate of the monitor effectively should achieve the same result as black frame insertion, because the pixel time, display time, will be the same as the pixel display time as when using black frame insertion. Well, I mean, I don't know what you're blaming. Yeah, I think Nvidia should have more competitive prices. So that's especially. It's a good movie. Yeah, it's one of my favourites, Lorenzo. Have you not seen it? It's a really good film. Black frame insertion. BFI, British Film Institute. My camera's too low. It's like my camera's focused on my groin. Yiffoo!
The pace car is out of control.
Groino cam. Hello, con artist. Yeah, well, but that's businesses, isn't it? That's business. It is what it is. Yeah, no. So, but I mean, I was saying, you can't blame Nvidia for the nature of monitors necessarily. That's separate. Isn't that reportable on Twitch? What, groin cam? I was just stretching. All your streams should be reportable, because you're sexy European streamer. Yeah, well, it's hard to be sarcastic in English. Have I got good at business yet? No. I'm still terrible at everything. But I'm still here. That's good enough for me. Let's zoom this in. If you're still here, you're winning. Oh, no. Good job, yeah, on my wheel. SimStars, guys, check it out. Still in business, so winning. Yeah, still breathing. Got out of bed. Yeah, unfortunately, Nvidia has more resources to work closer with companies. And so when it comes to graphics, it's the same with like Unreal Engine. They have more staff and generally more resources. So for a lot of scenarios, it ends up winning out. Even if the chips, even if with AMD, even if the chips were technically as good or price to price fine, like the chip designers and stuff, the problem is because of the complexity of software these days, the integration and the utilization from on the engine side means that you lose a lot of performance. But I think the hope is that you sort of pass a threshold where it doesn't really matter for most people. And to be honest, on the low end, for a lot of games, you're at that level. Like your Steam Deck's basically good enough for most games. But for high end, if you're trying to do like really high end gaming stuff, you know, you've got ultra high refresh rate monitors and stuff. You know, you really need to go for Nvidia, generally speaking. It's a shame there's not more competition. And then Nvidia, what we worked out, they make like 10% more profit or 15% more profit off their AI chips than they do graphics chips. So even Nvidia themselves are not they're not motivated. It makes more business sense for them to put their resources into their AI chips than it does their graphics chips. Oh no. I always feel like I'm at the end of the pit lane in this, but I'm not. I can't remember what it is. There is one, isn't there? The AMD 3D chips are good. I've been using AMD chips and motherboards for the last 6 years, I think. I think for AMD to compete or really make sense, I think, and they've already kind of done this, but if their APUs, but to be honest, if you're building a PC, you're probably buying it for like high-end stuff, aren't you? That's the thing. It's like if you're on an absolute budget, like really budget gaming stuff, you're better off with a Steam Deck. If budget is your real concern, Steam Deck is a much better idea for pure budget. Then if you're buying a PC, I guess if you've got a PC for work or something, yeah, for most games that are on Steam and most gaming, like Steam Deck even handles Counter-Strike 2 just about. Yeah, no, they won't. Yeah, they'll totally. They'll do them for a crazy price, won't they? For sure, the new Nvidia chips, they will do it for 1,900. The 5090 or whatever. It'll be $2,000. I reckon it'll be like 2,400. That'll be the actual price that they end up going for. There you go. What Nvidia want to do is they will want to be able to capitalise on people that can afford the super high end stuff, and then they'll want to move the mid end to a higher price bracket, so that they can then have a bigger gap between the low and the mid end pricing, so they can capture more of the market. And even if they sell it for X retail price, for sure they will. The actual stock of them will be really sold really high. Because there's always it's like with it. So, for example, with sim racing, there's about 20,000 customers, probably more, that would just spend £50,000 on a sim rig. They don't care. They literally they would just spend 50,000-60,000 pounds on a sim rig without batting an eyelid. So those type of people would all get a 4090. They just wouldn't care. They're just like, yeah, what's the fastest? Okay. So they're not price sensitive. People really underestimate how much of the wealthy has expanded over the middle class, to the point that most industries now are better off servicing the wealthy rather than the middle class. Hello, Philippe. Yeah, VR shouldn't really need it, in that the software should be designed to not need that, because most people don't have those kind of things. LMU's got good netcode.
Down and give up the time game.
I think they say I missed the break point. Thought I'd break a bit later, see what happens. Hello, Rocky Mountains. Interesting convo. What would you consider middle class nowadays? In the UK, it's household income of about 70,000, I think. But the median household income is like 50,000 or something, and the price of goods has gone up massively. Let's see. Yeah. Well, there's a bunch of metrics you can use to define middle class, like what jobs people are doing, how much wealth they've got, how much income they've got. So basically, middle class would be someone that still needs to make money. You know, they need to do a job. They need to put money into a savings account and stuff. They can't not work. Whereas like a sort of upper class or higher class, they'll own like 1 or 2 properties. They don't need to work. necessarily. Like they could not work and they would have enough savings for like a year, 2 years of not even working and be fine, or they could get ill and it wouldn't make any difference. Here we go. As of 2024, the income range for middle class households in the UK generally falls between 29,000 and 65,000. So if your household income was like 120 more, 100, or yeah, over 100 and 100 and say 100 to 120,000 a year, then you're basically not middle class anymore. Well, Novotny, it just depends how you define it, doesn't it? So look, you can use middle class metrics, income level, educational attainment, occupation, lifestyle and consumption patterns, economic security, social and cultural capital, self-identification. So those are 7 good metrics that I would agree with as well. Counter debate, that's not middle class. Counter debate's like, middle class is someone that is receiving rent from 3 properties. That's not middle class. Like middle class would be like a combination, as I say, household income for between probably like 50 to 70,000 nowadays. Teachers, lower doctors, sort of office management job, managerial general office jobs, mid-tier stuff, not business owners. Small business owners, but not like not someone that's got a turnover of $1 million plus. Well, $1 million's not much depending on the size and type of business, but like if someone had like that's a bad idea. That would just entirely depend on the size and type of business. But like generally employed, or if they're self-employed, they're not like an owner. They're generally middle class and not owners of lots of things. They're still workers in a sense, but they're working in sort of secure, well-paid jobs, or like well-paid public jobs, and they probably have a mortgage. Well, I didn't have Sky TV, so how stupid was that? What about someone who's clearly working class but owns their own trade business and is making? Well, they're not working class, are they? Well, I just explained. There's multiple metrics, so it would just depend on how you define it. So, like, yeah, you could have someone that identifies as working class, but I mean, you'd then be like, well, yeah, okay, culturally they're working class, but financially they're not working class. No, I've just explained it. There's multiple metrics, so it depends how you define it. It's all made up. Working class is not an objective thing. It's a group of classifications, and then you could have a discussion. You could go, well, that person has a working class mentality, but ironically, they're a billionaire. Well, no, it's not. It's just how it's how definitions work. It's how you define in a conversation, right? In a conversation, you agree on the definition so you can have a conversation. So, like, for example, someone would you go, wow, that's not a garden shed. And then they go, yeah, it is. It's wood that's stacked together, and I put stuff in it, keeps stuff dry. And then the other person would go, yeah, but you've just got some pallets and you've just stacked them up on top of each other and made a box. It's not really a garden shed, is it? And then you go, oh, okay, well, yeah, no, it's very rudimentary. But yeah, it's not conceptually what most people would describe as a garden shed. Most people would think of a garden shed as like wood slats, some semi-ornate roof type situation and a certain size, you know, and then that could range. And so a garden shed could be just 4 pallets or, you know, like some wood, MDF or something, stuck in a cube with stuff in it. Or it could be the size of like a small house. Both of those could be a garden shed. No, that's why in conversations you have to you say beforehand. You go, okay, these are general ideas. What can we agree on would generally fit that? And then yeah, you could argue it. You could argue anything. It's not set in stone. Nothing's set in stone. That's just how language works. Exactly, counterpace makes garden. That's what they're putting in his tax return. Oh, I'll be making a lot of garden sheds. They're actually London flats. It just depends how you define it. It's entirely down to how you define it. So you can reasonably go under these things that we agree on: income level, education, occupation, lifestyle, social and cultural capital. Under those definitions, you could then say, well, look, if someone's like making quite a lot of money, they own multiple businesses, they don't have to work if they don't need to, they go to like bullshit social gatherings, they went to private school and they're connected to people in the establishment. Well, they're not working class, are they? They're not going to like under like a general idea of what working class would be. Whereas if someone has to go and do like a low-paid minimum wage job because they haven't got any education, they don't have any property, they don't have any social mobility, well, that's fair enough to sort of say, well, that's probably a working class person. So like, yeah, so if someone's let's say someone works a minimum wage job, their parents worked minimum wage jobs, they've always rented, they live in the northeast, I don't know, and then they win £5 million in a lottery, you'd say, well, they're pretty much still working class. They're not financially working class, but in culturally they would be working class, but they might that would affect how they were working class, and they probably end up being middle or upper class. Like their family would probably change if they then bought properties, and then, you know, people can move through the different class systems. Well, there's a really bizarre thing in the UK where there's a lot of middle class people that are actually working class effectively. There's also quite a lot of quite wealthy people that think they're middle class, but they're actually way more wealthy. They're not really middle class. Like, as I say, if you don't have to work, like you don't have to go to employment to someone else, you own multiple properties, you're getting income from those properties, you own the house that you live in and the mortgage is paid off, you're reasonably well educated, you're not middle class really anymore. Like by the general metrics, like if you type into ChatGTP define middle class, it's like really you're not necessarily. Well, it's just semantics. It's just you can just argue this indefinitely. It's just semantics. You just have to define it. Historically, middle class would be you own your house. It might even be paid off. You do a job, but you don't have to work hardcore. But like you do a normal job, like a week job. You can afford to have 2 children. You've got basic healthcare. That's historically. Yeah, but that's just historic. That's not necessarily. You're just like going, well, that's the history. You can't just. Oh dear. I don't know what is this. Have you guys got like low brain cell count or something? There's multiple definitions that you can agree on or disagree on. And then you could then if you agree or disagree, you can then have a discussion on that. It's not a set in stone thing. It's like I just gave an example with a garden shed. What is wrong with people? Why can't they understand conceptual stuff at all? How is this difficult? A garden shed could be a box or like a building you could live in. It depends how you define it. And then, yeah, there's going to be like a vague cultural understanding of what a garden shed is. And yeah, there will be a propagandized, marketed idea of what a garden shed is. And yeah, there'll be corrupt ideas of what a garden shed is. Yeah, but that's fine, Novotny. I'm not saying otherwise. The point is, the definition of things depends on how you define it. So you just get into a semantic debate. I don't disagree that the historical notion of middle class has been distorted in both directions, i.e. a lot of the middle class are now actually not middle class at all, in the a middle if you were trying to like be a decent society, middle class should mean that people are not desperate. They own a property, they don't have to work constantly, they can do what they kind of want to do to work. That just would be a good society, and that's what you should aim for. But obviously that's now not what it is. Yeah, but that's fine, Novotny. You've just stated one definition, which I don't even necessarily disagree with. The point is, you just say how you're defining it, and then people go, "Oh yeah, I agree with that definition," or not, or for this conversation, I agree with it, or not. Why? Well, also, if you've got 7 variables or more for a specific thing, you're going to have to then define each variable to create a framework to then define that thing. So, no, but you do. That's how everything works, Novotny. You have to define it beforehand. You could have a codified example that everyone agrees to use. Fine. No, that's not. No, because actually, yes, you do. Red can be your blue. It's called different languages. Like, we don't call green in France. It's called vert. Does it matter? No. They're 2 different sounds to mean the same concept. So, as long as everybody agrees that vert means green and you're pointing to the same thing, you're like, oh, it doesn't matter what sound you use. You're defining the same thing. We're on agreement. But yes, it you know, yeah. You generally speaking, you might have like a legal framework, or like, as I say, like a national idea that's codified. Then you can say, this is the British government's definition of the class system. So when I'm talking about classes, I'm pointing to this current definition. That's how that works. What? No, Poods. Every time you have a conversation, I don't know why this is difficult, guys, for you. I don't understand what the problem is here. Yeah, the point is, people will have different ideas of stuff because there's 7. You could argue that there's like 10 or so different indicators for class. So if you've got 10 individual things that people might fixate on and people weight differently, yeah, it's going to take longer to agree on a definition. So, but you just have a conversation. It's exactly like having a thing on, is a simulator simcade or real? You just go, right, well, how are we defining simcade? What do we mean by those words? Some people thinks it means one thing, some people think it means another. So in the conversation, what you do is you go, okay, we'll use what I'm thinking of or what you're thinking of. We'll just stick with that and we'll go with that. And then okay, now we can then you can have a conversation on something when you all agree on the semantics. Well, no, not Poods. I don't know what's going on in your brain. No one will. Yeah, of course they don't. But in the context of the conversation, then you like decide to agree on whatever. That's the point of a conversation. That's why you define stuff at the beginning of a conversation. It's not. Why is this a hard concept? Oh my god. I feel like I'm getting stupider than I possibly thought I could. Yeah, people argue over semantics all the time. It's constant. And they don't think they are. That's what's funny as well. Yeah, people it is a problem that people when they use language and having broader conversations about things, they automatically assume that everybody is understanding it the same way. Oh, here we go. Here's Novotny who's gonna... Yeah. Look, I don't disagree with what you're saying, Novotny. My point is, if you point to a definition of whatever that thing is, I don't disagree. I'd be like, okay, that's probably a perfectly fine definition. We could go with that. It might even be the most established definition. We could go with that. Oh, dear. Why? Yeah, it is weird that people just assume semantics for more complex issues and then argue past each other. You see it all the time in debates. It's crazy. It's not false equivalencies. I don't even know what you're saying. I don't know what your problem is. I honestly don't know what your problem is. I'm not even disagreeing with what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing that there might be a established view of what it is. I'm just pointing out that there will obviously be, because it'll be a shifting thing, either shifted on purpose through propaganda or through manipulation, or just through people's lack of education, or just through different interpretations of it. So that's why, for any issue like that, you have to define stuff really clearly. So that's why I'm saying it's mental what you're typing. Because I don't even disagree with you. I'm just saying it's how language works. Like, for example, we can all agree that I am the greatest sim racer. We don't even need to have a debate on that. It's just a fact. Scientifically proven without evidence. Novotny needs a drink. See, I need to change some audio settings here, but... Oh dear. I don't make enough money from live streaming for these conversations, to be honest. I should get like a hazard pay tax rebate for mental damage that I received doing this. It should be part of my tax form. It's like self-employed. So, like, I should get a rebate for how many brain cells I've lost over the years. But yeah, you definitely do. There is definitely a thing where the concept of middle class, in the sort of broader sense of it, has been distorted in both directions. Where so middle class, actual middle class, is actually effectively today's upper class, and actual upper class is now like a super elite area. It's so, but then also you have quite a few people that are historical middle class, but they're actually, in terms of wealth and quality of life, way ahead of historic middle class, because they actually do have significant income, significant resources, and are benefiting from modern technology and stuff. But that's a much smaller bracket. So the whole thing in the last 20 years, there's a lot of shifting around of wealth, especially. How about the racing at Daytona? Oh, we didn't get 1x there. I've not done a race yet. I like Daytona. Oh. You can see, you watch like interviews with people, and they're making like 400,000-500,000 a year. They own multiple properties, and they're like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm just struggling to get by." And then there's the tax thing, where you have people that are making 70 to 150,000 a year, and then people are like, "Oh, we need to tax the wealthy." And people that are earning 70 to 150 are like, "Oh no, I'm going to be taxed more." And it's like, no, what people are talking about is taxing the wealthy. People that are making millions a year. Not people that are making sub 250,000, which is still that's a good amount of money, 250,000 a year. It's like, people conceptually don't understand how much money people with like hundreds of millions have. Like that gap, that top 1% has 90% of the economy captured. The average person doesn't seem to understand this.
Chicken flag, chicken flag.
Well, it depends, counter debate, because if you're earning over like 80,000, you'd have a limited business anyway, so you're going to avoid a lot of tax regardless, and there's a lot of tax incentives. So, but yeah, I mean, it depends. I don't know. There's ways you can break it down. Oh, they got one of those creepy. They scare me, though. Yeah, I think yeah, it's all sort of distorted, isn't it? Yeah, but Andy Reader. So the problem is, you need to like look at what So first of all, you need to go, well, what does that tax go towards? If it actually goes towards good things, it doesn't really matter. And you need to also ask yourself, is that tax, is it cheaper to tax people directly than it is for them to pay the same amount of money through businesses? That's the other thing that's never talked about. For some reason, well, not some reason, through constant propaganda from press, the idea of stuff is completely distorted. So we're now paying like 50% more for basic food, gas, electric and stuff. That could have, like, if that was a tax, there would be riots. But because it's just the economy, people are like, it's fine. It's like, why is it okay for a business to tax you and profiteer off you, but it's not okay for a government to tax you and spend the money properly? So it's so stupid. The trick of like, oh well, it's a water company that I'm just paying more for my water bill, or it's a gas electric. Oh, I've used gas electric. That trick is enough to make people think, oh well, at least I'm being taxed less. It's like, but you're paying more money. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This is how dumb people are. Like, the words, they can be tricked by words. You call it tax and they get upset. You call it a fee and they're like, oh well. Look, psychological brainwashing. I mean, I don't know, Andy Reid. You'd have to look at, to make an educated comment on that, you'd have to look at the actual data on it and determine what on aggregate makes most sense.
Line up on the right side. The estimated strength of field is 2,834. Closed. Pit road is closed. A lot of opportunities today. Head down. Pick your battle. Waiting on the final car to grid.
This is going to be a good wreck fest. Well, that's because house pricing doesn't make any sense, does it? Like, the economy's effectively totally broken, so...
About to go green. Stay focused. The pace car is off. Be ready. Green flag. Green flag.
That was disturbingly clean. I was at the top of second gear when I went, and I didn't realise.
Car on your left. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Clear.
What are you doing, Julius?
Hello, Kashint.
Right side. Clear on the right.
Cash in it. Is top end sim gear fairly priced? Like DD wheels and stuff are, yeah, for sure, and the pedals and things. But it depends what you mean. It depends what marketplace it's going for. Some sim gear is sold to make money out of people with a lot of disposable income, and some of it is sold at actual quite low profit margins. So a lot of the DD wheelbases are very reasonably priced, given that it's not a mass market industry. A lot of the pedals and stuff, very good quality, not massive production runs. They're sold at pretty good price, yeah. But you get wheel rims, which the thing is they're kind of boutique. So even though they're expensive, they're not like, they're handmade and they're not like massively produced. The materials are pretty cheap, but then it's not. They're kind of boutique again, so you're paying for the fact that it's not a mass-produced device. So generally, on the grand scheme of things, yeah, sim racing equipment, especially in the last few years, there's a lot of affordable stuff that's not priced incorrectly. It's not price gouging. And it's often very durable as well. It's like DD wheels and a lot of the wheel rims and stuff. A lot of the pedal sets, they're things that just will last, so they're not, if you didn't need them anymore, you could sell them, so it's not like you burnt money, you've gained an asset when you buy them. They depreciate pretty slowly as well, so sort of have to factor that into the cost of sim racing equipment. Well, what you'll find with like people that live in countries that are really rich, that you increase tax on, what you'll find is that they're culturally attached to a country. Like their kids are in school and they have friends there. They can't just leave the country. So there's this bizarre idea of like, oh, you can't increase taxes because all the millionaires will leave. It's like, well, okay, if they want to leave, goodbye. Goodbye. It's not sustainable to have multi millionaires that they're not contributing to the economy. So if they're not paying tax and they're not actually spending their money, it's like, well, the real economy is basically people actually doing stuff. That's the real economy. If you're not doing something, if you're just rent seeking, I'm not saying there are some people that do add value because they do actually create valuable businesses. I'm not saying that they're all irrelevant, but there are a lot of people that are effectively, they're just rent seeking. So they're not, just because you have money doesn't mean that you're a great economic asset. For example, if I was to win the national lottery, and so let's say I won Euro Millions, and then I have like £200 million or something, £500 million, and then I just put that in a bog standard savings account or something. I'm not doing anything with that money of value. I'm not really doing anything with it. So economically, that the 500 million is not really benefited the country. But technically, wow, I put money in a bank account, I've got the jobs, it's like, well, yeah, but the real value, this problem is money is actually not directly connected to value. That there's that whole saying of like, rich people Or some people know the price of everything but the value of nothing. So there's a lot of things that are incredibly valuable, but they're not economically quantified on a asset balance sheet. So like just basic environmental quality and like the countryside in general. If you were to actually quantify that economically in terms of the health benefits that you get from nature, the oxygen, the cleanliness that it does to the environment, the genetic diversity, that is worth trillions upon trillions, but it's not quantified. If you were to just parents bringing their children to school, imagine if you were to, like, that's just accepted that parents do that. Imagine if you were to privatise paying parents or paying some business entity to take all children to school and do all that stuff. It would be worth trillions, but it's not quantified. Basically people doing basic community stuff and helping out in the community, if they were to all be paid fairly, it would cost trillions. But people do it not for economic value. They do it because, you know, it's just like a societal thing. But the problem is, a lot of Tories especially, and a lot of people in general, don't understand the disconnect between, as I say, value and price. And also they don't understand there is utility to money, and you can make things work in different ways. I'm not saying it's all negative, but yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that school buses are bad, or that you couldn't do it through the government, or that would be a better thing to do than parents. I'm just the point I'm making is just using it as an example that a lot of things aren't economically quantified.
Left side. Clear on the left.
Until something's on like a balance sheet, people just, you know, take it for granted a lot of the time. A lot of people do. This is LMP2. I'm just cruising around. It's my first time driving this. Why does my car seem slow? Have I got damage? Just fixed setup. We've just been dropping back really weirdly. Someone did drive into us. I think we have damage. That car, someone did drive into the side of us, so maybe that broke the car.
Did up 36.699. Going well. Keep at it.
Yeah, I think so. Because we were doing all right until that car drove into us. Oh yeah, look at our Delta. I'm not driving badly, and we're just... Oh well. I think we're fast enough to still get value out of this session. Why is this car so stupidly fragile? It seems like I've seen these race in real life. They could absolutely smash into each other and be fine. I guess, to be fair, we did make the mistake of racing, yeah.
1 has taken the lead. Car on. Still there, hold your line. Still there. Few fast left for you. Clear on the right.
Well, I just Rocky Mountain. Yeah, I agree as well. But I just think it's really weird. This is from a UK perspective. It's so weird how people will bend over and be shafted so hard by gas and electric companies, water companies, profiteering off inflation. So the fact is, there has been inflation. There's inflation that's been caused by both Brexit and the Ukraine-Russia war. So there has been actual inflation that has occurred due to economic instability, which would happen even if a government injected cash and did whatever. That would have happened regardless. So there is actual inflation that has naturally happened as part of how markets work and everything. But the businesses have absolutely taken the piss horrendously, profiteering. And the way you know is because, okay, you've got inflation, prices go up. If it's real inflation, guess what happens? Profits don't go up as well. If you're like, oh yeah, it's inflation, it's like, hang on a minute, why have these years been the most profitable? Like, the only way that that's the handy thing. One good thing with economics is it's all on a ledger. So when they do total BS, you can be like, yeah, we can see what's going on here. You can't claim it's on it from inflation if you're making insane profit. So, but what I don't get is that people take that, but they will accept that, but they won't accept taxes. It's really weird. I fully understand. I definitely think people should be very scrupulous of the government and taxes. Like, people should be like, really, you know, is this tax money being spent correctly? How's it being taxed? And that you do have big inefficiencies with government projects. People should be like, really, like, right, you know, let's investigate this. Let's have journalists go, is this government money wasted? How's it spent? Is it spent well? Let's have a discussion on that. But they should also do that for business as well. It's so stupidly hypocritical. Ah, dear. So I don't even mind that things have got more expensive. I mean, I do, but like, the things that really wind me up. What really winds me up is when people are so inconsistent with what they accept and don't accept, or what they get angry about or don't get angry about. And it's just so dumb. It's, it's so dumb.
Yeah, you're fucking stuck for that, bro.
You're losing on the current front. The gap is 1 point.
Well, the thing is, also, inflation doesn't necessarily matter. If you move wages with inflation, it's actually irrelevant. Like, inflation goes up, okay, well, you make sure people have enough income to deal with that inflation, to balance things out so they can buy the products and services that they actually need. That's how the market's supposed to operate, right? But then we don't. Then people are lied to and told that more income, more pay, increases inflation. It's like, well, only if the inflation is from the pay, not if the inflation is from other factors.
Hey, Adrian, you can't pass below the yellow line. I don't
So-
know why you're doing that, bro.
Anyway. Right,
Mate,
guys.
you are closing all the doors. What the fuck are you talking?
We got some salt in here.
What I'm talking about is you passing below the yellow line. You can't pass below the yellow line. It's pretty simple. Just because you have a run on the front straight there doesn't mean you can go below the yellow line for an off-the-course overtake. That's the pit line, bro.
It's iRacing. If you can do it without getting into trouble from iRacing, which is normally you can do whatever you want because they don't moderate stuff, then it's well within the rules. So, yeah, I mean, it's annoying and it's inconsistent and it makes no sense. But you have to remember that iRacing is a sort of arcade video game with semi-realistic physics. So you just have to accept it, as annoying as it is. So he's actually totally right. Same with like punting people. If you can punt someone and not get moderated, then congratulations, they've actually beaten you at the game. Once you accept these things, you'll enjoy iRacing a lot more.
So he gets to punt me and go below the white line, and all I get is a 4x from it, and he gets 4x, and then he gets 2 positions for it. Nice.
Yeah, exactly. No, 100%. I know it's really annoying, but until iRacing actually moderate and actually design the game properly, 100%, people, that's exactly what people should do. And believe me, they don't. I play this so much, and you'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy this game way more yourself if you accept that that's how it is. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that you should pump people. That's up to you. It's your own choice. But like, you have to respect other drivers that play the game optimally. You just have to respect that they're playing it better. That's genuinely the better way to enjoy the game.
Nobody said I'm not enjoying it. I'm just saying that he's driving like a fucking loser. So there's nothing wrong with that either. I can also have my own opinions.
Oh, yeah.
It's clean, and then there's a way to fucking be a scumbag about shit.
No, I totally agree with you. But technically, under iRacing's rules, you've sworn, so he can now report you for being abusive on voice chat, so now you can get a ban. So again, you're losing the game, even though you're right. You're probably right. It doesn't matter. Well, so it's just, you just have to embrace the pain.
Swearing isn't against the rules, for one, considering they have a quick chat that has a swear word in it, so... And I use that word specifically.
A lot of people have been banned just for saying swear words. They err on the side of the reporter being offensive, offended, or whatever. It's really weird.
So he can just come up on the straight and almost spin me on the straight and punt me off and everything. And it's just, I don't understand how you're like, bro. All I said was he's driving like a loser, so.
No, I'm saying he's wrong doing it, but will anyone report it? Maybe. Would iRacing ban him for it? Probably not. Has he got a better position? Probably. So even though he's wrong, he's actually playing the game better. And I'm saying I agree with you. I think you're right. But I'm saying, unfortunately, the game we're playing is a bit silly.
I mean, you're the one talking about reports all of a sudden. It's like, bro, literally overtaking off track where you gain an advantage is a reportable offense. So, like, I don't understand what you're even saying.
Will people report him? And will he get banned for doing it? Are you defending iRacing? It's like, but there's so, because people have spent money on iRacing. No, it's an enjoyable game, but I don't know why you would have to like go out of your way to defend it. Like, the fact is, the drivers that cheat in iRacing and...
No, I guess I just don't really understand what your whole dissertation was about.
I'm gonna report you. You turn 3 times into me. Wait.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Enjoy your 11 I rating, Adrian. You deserve it.
I think conceptually it was too far for this guy to understand what I'm saying. He doesn't seem to get it.
And that license emotion that's coming for you too.
He doesn't seem to get it. Like, you have to give credit to people that wreck you or cheat and beat you at the end of the day, because they are playing the game better. Like, this is the delusion that is really easy to fall into, is that you have like these hypothetical rules, right, that you think are the correct rules, and they actually would be better if everyone followed them. So the undefined rules, and you're like, right, yeah, okay, that's annoying that person's done that or whatever. But the fact is, if you don't have any enforcement of a lot of the a load of the rules, the person that's exploiting it is making it worse for themselves and for other people. And you're right in that they've wrecked you. Clearly, that guy is annoyed. I get annoyed as well when other people do it. But actually, the way to not be annoyed by it is for you to go, oh, it's actually, the player is going to get away with it. They probably got more points anyway, so it was beneficial for them, pragmatically speaking. You know, and iRacing probably won't do anything about it, generally speaking, even if you report it. So, what's the point of being annoyed about it? Like, what's the point? There's no point of being, you know, it is what it is. What is strange is people defending a video game. You know, it's just strange. And then I think people will like sort of move around in that area of undefined rules. Life lesson. I don't know what the rules on the road racing are. Like, if you can go under the in oval, you can actually go under the skirt as per the rules. Yeah. I understand why people want to take stuff seriously, and I say it's fully right to be annoyed. Like, I get annoyed when people ruin your race for no reason. Oh, let's do it again. But I mean, iRacing are charging for a premium service, and so but it is ultimately, it is a video game. It's exactly the same with you know, like field of view, camera position, using the brake and the accelerator at the same time, IRFFB, brake hack, all these things, right? A lot of iRacers, I've noticed, get really wound up by it, because in their mind that is cheating or it's fake or whatever. It's like, no, when in reality what it is that you look at each video game that you're playing and you go, right, what's going to make the video game the most enjoyable experience for yourself whilst you're playing it? Is having a car that locks up and stays over the limit enjoyable? No. What's the remedy to that? Brake by the sound and arbitrarily learn iRacing's mental braking and lockup thing where you can't brake properly like you can in many other sims. That's fine. That's a good technique to develop. I'm not disagreeing with that. Or use the brake hack so that you're basically not going to lock up the brakes and you're not going to lose much performance, or you're certainly not going to lose enough performance for it to make an impact over the course of a race, even in the top split in most of the series. What would a real race driver use? They would use the brake. They would reduce the brake pressure if they knew that on average that the result is going to be worse. That's exactly what you'd do if you were doing a competition. So this is where the delusion comes in, is that because it's role-playing real driving, you then have to do something in a sort of arbitrarily prescribed way. Even if it's detrimental to yourself. Because I guess if you do stuff that's supposedly not right, you're then admitting to yourself that it's not realistic. Or maybe you just don't know. I don't know. It's really strange. You see this in Sims and Airsoft and paintball. Imagine in paintball if people were like, oh no, we're doing paintball because we like military films, war films, or we like documentary, we like military stuff, and we want to use real world tactics, which you see people do that in paintball. And so they then go, oh, we're not going to use the thing of firing constantly at a target because we want it to be like James Bond or something, where we only fire one shot at the person. It's like, but no, like the optimal way to play paintball, ironically, this is used in real combat as well, is to put down cover in fire in a location so someone can't move. You put down, you keep firing so another person can move and the other team can't come out of cover. But like some people would be like, oh no, that's not it's not the right way to do it. Or like you can stand further back and you lob paintballs in, and which is obviously a real gun would fire more in a straight line because the bullets travel faster. I get it. I do get role playing, and I understand if you've got a framework and you might want to be role playing. That's fine. If everyone's agreed that they're doing role playing, that's okay. Like those big LARP events, I 100% get that. And there's obviously they're flawed, but you all agree to sort of just go along with it for this because you're doing it for the immersion of it. But that only really works if everyone agrees that's what you're doing. Yeah. I think driver coaches in sim racing feed into this delusion as well, you know. I don't think driver coaches are doing a bad thing in general. I think it's really good, a lot of them breaking down the tips, and it's stuff that will obviously apply to real driving. So they're not wrong in what they teach and stuff. They're not wrong. But I feel like they generally don't point out the flaws in stuff a lot of the time because they have to feed into the delusion. Because the most deluded people are the ones that are going to be the most likely to buy into driver coaching and stuff. like the same with hardware stuff. The most deluded people are probably going to be the least scrupulous that would then spend the most amount of money on equipment. So even though I don't think it's intentional, I think that's why that's the sort of direction that some of these things go in when things are more serious. Whereas when things are are categorically a video game and contextually presented as a video game, doing the wrong thing and the stupid thing is actually congratulated. So like in Tetris, doing finger rolling on the back of the controller, or doing some of the different techniques you see in DDR or light gun games, like doing the finger thing with light gun games, or rocket jumping. Oh, I don't have a setup for this. A slight problem here, guys. Don't have a setup. Well, we could just use Daytona Road, can't we? Don't really matter. I'm playing with my beard! Because it needs a trim.
The pace car is out of control.
It's a... Oh. If someone could send me a setup, that'd be very beautiful. Thanks again to everyone that uses our links, affiliate links for Moser, Fanatec, Amazon. Really appreciate it, guys. All right, how far do you think? How well do you think we can do with the default setup? Easy win. I think that's thanks for following Pulsey on Twitch. Appreciate the follow. Easy win on this one. I'll do a poll on Twitch. Total easy win. This will be a walk in the park. you go. eSub, you'll be sure to use my link when you upgrade from the old faithful G27. I appreciate it. I mean, if you don't use my link, try and use like random call signs, or if it's Acertech, use Matt Malone's, or like Basic Ollie or whatever. You know, just it's a good way of supporting streamers you like, just using their links. I'm all right, Dave. Davide, Dave DDE. Might make a cup of tea. I've got coffee actually. I might go and grab a biscuit. I'll be back in a second. Well, I'm not saying to cheat. I don't think you should cheat at games. I just think you have to give you can't be too annoyed when people do stuff that they're going to get away with. Yeah, like ultimately, the way I see it is that a lot of these things are if Matt post it in Discord. I can't see it on here. Yeah, it's like it's down to iRacing to moderate things better, basically. It's a bit lazy for a developer to put it all on the players. No. Right. Why does iRacing have such a convoluted reporting system? The game's like 10, 15 years old. They should just have a button you push and it automatically clips the last 30 seconds and you can then send a report. Yeah, we could do some racing with subs. Anytime I play AC, the problem is if I don't just play AC, people don't join. So I don't know if this is a good setup. Where's the fuel in this? Oh, here we go. Oh, I keep doing that. I mean, I'm always in oval mode. Have you noticed how in iRacing you get like some of the most try-hard sim racers are in like LMP2 and GT3, when in reality those cars are like actually much worse cars for racing? That's a bit weird as well. Like, if you were genuinely like a try-hard sim racer and your goal is like, oh, I really want to be racecraft, push myself to the limits, why would you do that in a gentleman driving series with cars that are set up to be to remove? It would be like, oh, I really want to be a tennis player, so I'm going to go and play racquetball. Yeah, I mean that is true, Vandis, but yeah, it's just kind of a bit funny, isn't it? Like, it's a bit ironic. And is the competition there because it's actually competition, or is it just because there's more of a convoy of cars because it's limited what you can do? There's so many contradictions in sim racing, guys. The more you think about it, the less sense it makes. What a silly type of gaming. It's good fun though. It's so stupid. I think you mean metaphor, Matt, not euphemism. Euphemism genius. Or, I mean, I don't know, maybe I did make a euphemism, but I didn't realise. Unintentional euphemism. This is like, it's such a simple circuit, but it's quite a nice layout. Am I the only sim racer that races for force feedback and grass? Well, Cadabet, I genuinely think that there's lots of sim racers that think there's some like magical different math in iRacing R-Factor 2 or something compared to the math in Need for Speed. Like, I don't think they realise that fundamentally, you know, it's just numbers that describe the handling of the physics object in the video game. Like, yeah, how those numbers are... Like, what causes... What the effects of those numbers is going to be different, and does have obviously it does have the big effect on it. But, like, I think that they don't realise that it is essentially the same thing. Like, I guess if you'd never done any programming or worked on any games, I could see how you would look at games, you would read like someone going, big amounts of data or whatever with something, with flight sims, driving sims, and then you would then go, yeah, okay. And then, because in your mind, emotionally, you're like, it's realistic, so that means it's more complex, that means it's worth more. Well, even real world driving is a game. That's the thing that I think's funny as well. It's like, also, real world driving is not about driving, it's your business skills more than the driving skills. So, weirdly, sim racing is actually closer to driving than real world driving is in terms of like the amount of time you can spend doing the activity of moving your hands to move steering left and right, and your pedals to control a physics object. So, so weirdly, in some ways, you could argue that sims are more legit than real race driving. Obviously, it's a different activity, but you know, in terms of the activity of moving your feet and hands in accordance to reacting to something, you do more of that in a sim than you do in real life.
To go. Next time by, line up on the left side. The estimated strength of field is 2,585. Closed. Pit road is closed. There are a lot of points on the table. Be smart and get a good finish.
We just do auto fuel. Be smart. That's not going to happen. Okay, let's go. To be fair, I mean, iRacing is really entertaining though, so.
Catch start 41 car.
You know, not to.
Car. Catch start 18 car. Catch start 21.
Not
car.
to knock it. I was changing my mic volume there. I need to turn my headphone volume down a bit.
Catch start 33 car.
Oh yeah. I don't like the force feedback in LMU though. I haven't got LMU running really well yet. I need to try LMU with G-Sync actually. Good idea.
Stay focused.
Because it's just, there's no hypercars. Oh, have they already gone?
Green, green, green.
I found personally, LMU, whenever I race it, the quality of races are good.
Hold your line. Still there. Clear.
90-degree rejoin. I think IMSA as a format is really good.
I'm so sorry.
You know, I think 45-minute multi-class races, I think it's a sweet spot. Also, I think by having GT3, LMP2 and LMDH, you've got a good mixture of cars in there, so it appeals to like the widest number of people. So if I was going to sit down and make a game now, kind of what LMU were doing, but I would, you know, I'd make sure all the races were just multi-class races and 45 minutes long. Well, this setup's definitely not competitive.
Slow car ahead. Keep to the left. There's an incident ahead. Stay on the left.
Yeah, good job. Fucking iRaces.
Give up that time.
They have no awareness.
Clear.
I'm sure I moved over to the right a bit, but I don't know why he just kept his foot in. Why would you keep your foot in? Hopefully we didn't get too much damage from that. If that was R-Factor 2, nothing would have happened. We got damage. This game is horrendous. iRacing really tests my patience. Like any actual racing and the game falls apart. Oh, we might be alright. Might not have damage. Or too much damage. I wouldn't have done it in LMU. It wouldn't have done anything. I doubt the damage report button, Matt. No.
Slow car on the left. Go right.
Oh, so that's not only was that contact stupid, but the damage we've now got to the car is ridiculous. Like, this car's made out of papier-mâché. like from a contact on the side, and in iRacing it's like a baked amount of damage. It's not like oh, it's different each time. It's like, all right, you've had this contact, so we're now going to take off 0.2 per lap, which now means you're completely non-competitive at all. And it's like, guys, 15-year-old sim. Yeah, it's because well, the AI is good in iRacing because everything in iRacing drives like a vintage car. So because you can't drive on the limit properly, the AI can then just drive slightly under the limit, which then makes it all work better. Also, it doesn't have the netcode issues. Yeah, so in the sense that in a vintage car, you're generally just going to be doing slides in single directions. You can obviously counter steer and drift and correct a vintage car, but the nature of a line through a corner is more of like a continued slide, just because of the nature of those tyres. Like a very sort of drawn out, non-peaky slide through a corner. That's how you have to drive everything in iRacing. Whereas actual slick tyres are more sort of peaky in return, which means that AI would then have to, like, if the AI is truly on the limit, they'd be having to balance the cars, and then when you add in other cars that would be doing that, You know. But yeah, I think the AI is quite good, regardless of the reasons. I think that's the main reason. Because if you play vintage cars in R Factor 2 and AC, they tend to actually drive a lot better. But the AI find it's a lot easier for AI to work well with that type of handling. Right, I don't think damage isn't that brutal in LMU. You can proper lean against people. Compared to iRacing, LMU cars are concrete slabs.
Right side. Clear.
There's nothing we can do. I mean, if I pit early, it'll probably be like they'll probably say like 5 minutes or something for a bloody repair.
You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 1.2 seconds.
Maybe they changed it, Matt. Last time I played it, you can ram into people. Might depend on the car models as well. I think they are. No, 45 minutes races are good length. It's just if you get damage or something, it's a bit stupid. Might still be able to get a place back there.
The leader is running 36.72.
We need to get a setup for this though. Even the default setup seemed to be a bit slow. Probably too much downforce. Paid setup's worth it. But I've already done videos. I've already covered all this stuff like a decade ago. But sim racing's like, you know, We've got to a point where like there's people remaking my videos for the second time. You're just like, ah.
Push, 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 push.
They could just go through Game of Muscle videos from 10 years and go and then make them into shorts. Just say what I said. Just say what I said 10 years ago, but more pretentious.
I'm gonna stay low.
Sorted. Guys, field of view guide. Oh wow.
Faster traffic approaching. Right side. Clear on the right.
It's not even a drift, is it? It's you have to counter steer to stop the back losing traction. It just doesn't make sense. It's like, yeah, it's really weird how this car slides. How it's basically just the back. Because if the front and back slides, it doesn't even do that. It's really strange. I could do Halsey. And we get loads of comments going, don't like this.
Sorry.
Faster traffic approaching.
Oh.
Right side. Stay on the left. Clear on the right.
Because I think shorts are terrible. Shorts are awful. But could do. Weird that we've not 9 laps and we've not come across any GT3 cars yet. If anyone in chat has a setup for this, that'd be good. The default's just... I don't think the default setup's competitive, and especially with damage. I need a strong cup of tea after this.
Try it.
What are you doing?
Ash, I've got to slow down. Go for it.
What the fuck?
The good thing with ovals is you have sections where you can drink tea or coffee. It's good design that. Americans think of everything. You can have like a little hot dog
What the hell is for?
or donut holder on your rig.
Sorry, I'll let you blinking a bit, though.
What's this car called? It's called, it's an LMP2 car. Delara 207 or something? Yes, it's a Delara. Come on, I might pit. See if it does damage.
Slow down. You got a penalty for cutting the course.
My bad, I'm a fucking loser for that.
Well, that's actually a good strategy. That's a good strategy. You cut the track there and
Yeah, I
you
missed
serve.
brakes big time.
You could serve the penalty whilst going into the pit lane. You've got to slow down anyway,
Repairable.
so it wouldn't know. Why don't more people do that to cheat? I mean, I didn't do that on purpose, but like you could, yeah, totally cut the chicane on the pit stop, and then
Repairs are almost finished up.
But also we need a setup for this, unfortunately. What time's the LMP2 fixed at? I haven't missed it, have I? I think I might have. Oh well. Why racing? It'll be interesting to see the crash, actually.
Move it, move it.
Oh no! I keep doing that. I'm gonna get a drive-through. Shit. Ah, did I get away with it? I keep being in like bloody NASCAR mode.
Left side. Still there.
Oh my God.
Line. Clear.
Blinked. Yeah, it's this setup's just got too much downforce. the, I mean, I don't know, like cars sound different externally to internally, but sound is definitely something that Sims could really push forwards, and I think higher quality sound really adds to immersion. So I think if a sim does sound really well, I think it will actually help it stand out. Hello, Virgil.
Faster traffic approaching.
I don't think ACC actually has good sound. It's overdone. It sounds good for a short period of time.
Faster car coming up quick.
I do like this track though. Weirdly, is this track in LMU?
Car right. Clear.
Thank you.
The 90s had amazing graphics. Hey, I was playing Elite Dangerous and Lamatron. Is IMSA, what does IMSA stand for? So, is IMSA international though? I thought IMSA was mostly America. Hello, Abba Saber. What? I was reading the chat and I looked to my right, there's a car flying on the wall. I don't know what that was. You only get that in iRacing. Genius.
Car stops on the left.
Some real sim racing action there.
Go right.
Can't park there, sir.
I thought it was a good parking spot.
Right side. Clear.
Is this where another thing where America calls it international, but they just mean America? America! It's the whole world! Welcome to the world! Forget India, forget China, forget Europe, forget Africa, forget Russia, America! The world! Aliens would land. Aliens would land and they go, hello, we have come from the planet Bing Ding Bong Bang. Where are you? Who are you? We are Americans. We are the world. take a look at our sports. We've got a ball in our hand. And we can throw the ball, and we can kick the ball, and we can run up and down, and we can stop and play adverts. Wow. Look at us. Gee whiz, golly whiz, ding dong.
Left side. Clear on
America. We're the greatest nation in the world. One nation under God. Our God. Your God. Your God, it doesn't exist. It's our God. And if you say there is no God, well, you're not welcome here. How dare you suggest that there is no God? Off to the gallows. We're a Christian nation under God. God bless America. Off to Guantanamo. America. Land of the free, unless you're poor. God bless America. Come here, land of opportunity. Oh, you got sick? Well, you've gained the opportunity to become indebted. Congratulations. Here's a credit card.
car stop on the left. Go right.
UK wants to be American. We're trying. We're trying our best. We're trying to be. We're like America's garden shed. You can store some aircraft here and do some illegal activities, and we won't question any financial stuff. That's Great Britain.
Thank you, Stephen.
Great tax evasion nation. I say, do you need a place to put your fighter jets? We like to drop them into the ocean here, chaps.
Left side.
That way you can write off the expenses and buy another one. I say, pip-to-pop rather. Wow. Gee whiz, I think we're going to put some planes on your runways. We love you. The price is your freedom. Well, if you put it like that, I think that's a rather good deal. Will we lose our democracy? Yes. But don't worry, you get a jet plane. Well, okay. I'm on board.
Clear on the left.
Tell you what, chums. Here's some bank accounts that nobody can trace. Conveniently, we've left the European Union. So it's even harder for them to find out that you've stolen money from people who've worked hard. Wow, gee whiz, that's a good time. We love you. Let's be friends. Okay. I say, Yankees, I don't think we could afford to go to war with these countries, and I don't think they've done anything to us. Well, if you want to have our fighter jets, you need to go and bomb some people over there. You don't have a choice in the issue. But I don't think our population will agree with this. Well, you better make it work, otherwise you can't have our fighter jets. Oh, okay. If you put it like that. Beautiful.
Faster traffic approaching.
That's Britain and America. Beautiful.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Oh, we finally got to GT3 cars after 4 years.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
How many bloody laps? Oh, we've still got 13 minutes of this. Hello, BRT.
Car in front is pitting.
You know what they say? If you gain a muscle, you lose some, and you lose some more. Life is about losing. But don't worry, it's okay. It will be alright in the end. Because you will be dead and you won't know. Right, here we go. Round the outside, round the inside. No, please put your car all over the track. Oh. Okay. I mean, he was having a panic attack. Maybe he spilt tea on his sim ring. The real skill of iRacing is to play it without losing the will to live. That's the genius. You upgraded your internet again. Is this because I influenced you? Ah, this is because I got it. You couldn't help yourself. You were like, that pesky gamer muscle with his shiny forehead. How dare he have faster internet? And I should have got some money for that, for influencing you. I am like the best subliminal marketer in the world. I know. Why don't I get like an affiliate link from whoever you got your internet from? Ah, no. You've made the mistake that when you spend money, you randomly feel more wealthy because you spent money, but actually you're poorer. Do you dislike iRacing so much? Wow, he's gone!
Car on your left. Clear.
What? I find iRacing entertaining. It's more aspects of the game design, but it's entertaining. It's funny, so it's a weird one. iRacing is like musicals. You kind of want to put a drill through your forehead, but you can't stop watching. And then hours after the musical is finished, you can still hear the really annoying songs playing. That's what iRacing's like.
Left side. Clear. Left side. Clear on the left. Left side. Clear.
Blessed is the FFB. So strong and powerful we feel the force. The glory of the tire model held in the limits. Blessed be the detailed FFB. Only surpassed by a cup of tea. Welcome all who believe and follow me. For all is glory from the ZD. Yeah.
So strong and powerful, we feel the force of
The FFB anthem.
Blessed is the FFB. So strong and powerful, we feel the force, the glory of the tire model. Held at the limit. Blessed be the detail. FFB only surpassed by a cup of tea. Welcome all who believe and follow me for all his glory from the DD.
Oh dear.
In the dim light of his room he sits all day, tea drinking baldy in his virtual fray. No license in hand, never felt the real road. In his SimRace world, he carries his load.
Here we go!
Take care of the tire.
Good quality. Quality music. Muscle. Game of Muscle. Yeah, it automatically assumed it was like a Dutch MC. Because that's so ingrained in hard dance and hands up. So it just automatically assumes it's Dutch. Game of Muscle, let's go! I love driving with an uncompetitive car for 45 minutes.
Leader is running 36.503.
If you can subject yourself to 45 minutes of damaged, uncompetitive damaged car, what else can you do? I like to think of this as like Desert Bus. That's the best way to enjoy iRacing.
Bro, what are you doing?
Ah, no, I need to wait for the next bit of oval to have a cup of tea. I can't wait for Assetto Corsa Evo. We need something new with online. LMU's alright though. We might jump into that, fiddle around with it for a bit. We need something with good online and decent force feedback. And good physics. AC Evo single player only cruising road cars confirmed.
Car right. Clear on the right.
I need to set up some sockets actually. I think it would work out well if I dated a YouTuber. It would actually work out well because you could edit each other's videos. You'd have all the equipment. You'd have all the the hours and stuff would work out the same. It would actually work out pretty well. It's a shame that YouTubers are all terrible people. I should know. Streamers are the worst. Streamers and YouTubers, they're terrible. They're all the worst type of people. They're all like weird, egotistical narcissists in denial, pretending not to be.
You got about 5 laps of fuel left.
They're all terrible people that need like a constant audience clapping them on. They're arguably worse than drama students. Hello, Dave.
Sorry, I locked up a bit.
Hello, streamer vids. Oh dear. This was pretty good torture. You're my wife now, Dave. Hello, Dave.
White flag, 1 more left to go. Left side. Clear on the left.
I was thinking of quitting SimRacing to become a DJ. To become a techno producer. I might do it. I'm not even kidding. I might just wake up one day and go, no, I do it myself. I can produce music myself. AI is just for the lols. But yeah, I might wake up and just go, I'm done. You know. All those rumours of me talking to overaged women will come to light, and my stalking of pensioners through SimRacing will get exposed. And then I'll have to do an apology tweet about how I inappropriately talked to a pensioner, and that'll be it. It'll be over. Everyone will know why I play driving sims. It's to engage with the elderly. My big plan is to move to flight sims. to talk to people in the old people's homes. Now that was a good race. Did you enjoy that, guys? That was very close. Wow. Let's have a look at these stupid accidents.
Check a flag.
We need a setup for this. If anyone is
Nice run. Solid
kind
work.
enough to send us a setup, that'd be fantastic. DMs to care homes. Oh dear. Right. Yeah, we need a setup for this. I should pay for VRS. I should give them some money. Mind you, I keep promoting them. VRS, really good. They do actually do really good guides, and their wheelbase is really good. Let's see what happened here. Right. It's possible that. Oh, hello. Streamer Vids, thank you.
Go.
Streamer Vids with the £2 super chat. Really appreciate that. Thanks for supporting us, man. Thanks for keeping us trapped in the sim rig. I mean, I don't think this is on me. Like, he's well behind us. He makes no effort at all to, like, he's just driving the hotline. And I'm so far in front, I don't know that there's overlap from my view. And the line I'm taking is not crazy. I mean, I'm in the process, I'm turning left. So I think it's actually on him, to be honest. Look. Like I'm turned left. I'm in the process of I'm going through the corner, corrected a slide. I'm holding a slide, and then before the contact, I am turning left. So you know, it's not like I'm pushing him off. And why would he be here anyway? For like. There was also an accident in front. Yeah, we're pulling away out of the corner. No, it's entirely his fault. We're pulling away out of the corner. Like, look at the exit speed. So he's not got any chance to be passing us or to maintain side-by-side position. So look at this exit speed here. He can see us. I'm pulling away out of the corner. And yet he tightens the radius. But there's no point for him to do that because we are leaving him. We've exited much faster. And obviously, I can't see him. So, why would you... It's not equal blame at all. It's not equal blame at all because this car has no chance of getting a pass. And he has plenty of space. And I'm turning to the left. Like, there's a little bit of understeer through this corner, but you would expect there to be a little bit of understeer. So, we've also exited the corner faster than him. And are escaping him. So, this driver... I mean, and then he stays on the throttle. There's no way. So there's no way for this driver here. There's no way at this point here. There's no way for this driver to come out in front without hitting us. And then he stays on the throttle all through this contact. So, I'd say it's hot lapping. Yeah, to be fair, he did take us out in a really good way. And he got the place, so credit to him. It was a good takedown. Good avoided by the car behind as well. So credit where credit's due. I think we had a... Oh, we did get down. It seems like this car slows down a lot if you get driven into the side. I don't know. It was a good takedown by him, though. I can't be bitter. Like, coming out of this corner... He just has to lift. Like, you don't have a choice. If you're on the right-hand side here, you don't have a choice. If you're this far behind the car on the inside, you can move to the right a bit. You just can't keep your foot in it. Like, there's, you know... It's weird because it's also at the point where, you know, it's just weird. Oh, well, it's iRacing. Basically, the only way I can avoid it is you have to go into the corner way slower, not race at all, and then hug the inside line to basically allow them to come through, so you're not racing them whatsoever, or you're not doing anything, and then that actually puts them next to you, and then so. You know, basically not racing at all is always the solution. That's how it works in R Factor 2 counter debate, but I think that's to do with the collisions cause the suspension to compress. So yeah, weird. I don't think it is on purpose. Let's do this one. Let's do the fixed one. Let's see how we do. Yeah, in R Factor 2 and Race Room, the car that tries to turn into you, whoever does the turning loses out. But I think it's just accidental. Yeah, I need a setup for that race as well, but it is what it is, you know.
The pace car is out of control.
It's just how it is. Yeah, we just did an IMSA LMP2. It went really well, as usual. We need a setup, because I don't think the default is even competitive, to be honest. Yeah, I had damage for the whole race. I'm also slow at iRacing, so... And we had a default setup. I don't think that default setup's... I'm not sure how much of it was the damage or how much of it was the setup. But whatever it wasn't competitive. That is weird, isn't it, in iRacing, that sometimes the default setups aren't too bad, actually, but it's weird that quite often they are terrible. Like the Super Formula default setups have been terrible for pace. Well, I have to wear a helmet, which ruins my bold advantage. Okayama, yeah. Oh no, a Katuma track. No, I haven't. Results. Oh no, minus 0.11. But no, there's not 2 blocks of 5-minute ads in 5 minutes. It's like 3 minutes of ads every 15 minutes or something. It might feel like 5-minute ads every 5 minutes. That's Twitch for you. That's how they get you. The ads are where it's at, to be honest. The ads are a nice break in the content. The ads are like a reprieve. Thanks, BRT. I get a little bit from Prime subs. I do appreciate it. $6K or more as a Smurf account. Well, I'd so from my experience with iRacing, if you want to be above 4K, either you've played iRacing a lot, so you sort of just know iRacing. Well, by the time you get to be at 5K, you have to hot lap, because you have to be within 7/10 of track pace, and then also you need to not race people. That's I think if you're having fun on iRacing, like if you're just racing to jump in and have a quick race, so you do like Skippy, MX5, you don't really care, you just jump, you don't do any practice, you just jump in. The problem is, so basically, and this is the case with all sims and all motorsport, I'd imagine, is that if you don't qualify in the top 5, the probability of getting caught up in an accident that you can't avoid is probably about 30%. If you're below the top, let's say you're outside of the top 8 in qualifying, especially in rookies, F4, Super Formula Lights and all that kind of stuff. Not necessarily in GT3, but in actual race cars, if you don't qualify in the top 5, there's between 20 and 30, well, maybe even 40, between 20 and 30% that you'll get caught up in an accident or car damage that was completely unavoidable. So, and that kind of thing really knocks your iRating down. So, from my experience, if you can practice a track so that you're within 7/10 to even a second, that'll probably put you in the top 6 in the top split for Super Formula Light, MX5, all those things. And yeah, then it's a lot easier to gain iRating. Alright, it's a lot easier to get iRating if you do the same thing over and over again. Like iRating rewards time spent more than actual skill, if that makes sense. Like iRating's a reward of repetition over results over results per. No, I don't know how you describe it, but. I think the thing is, once you've had iRating, once you've done it, you realise how much of a farce it is. You really have to play the game in a boring way to keep iRating above 4K or 5K, unless you are actually like genuinely good. There are like actual good sim racers. Nice one, BRT. I feel like one of those annoyingly, genuinely talented sim racers like Emil Bernstoff or like esports drivers. They put work in, don't get me wrong. A natural talent can be used to undermine people's actual efforts and stuff. But like once people are at that level, they will obviously just get rated whatever because they've just got the fundamental pace. Well, I noticed the algorithm for checking videos BRT recently changed and they messed stuff up because I had loads of videos demonetized for copyright, even though I pay for licensing the music and stuff. So but then last week they seem to have fixed it. So I think they were just messing around with that. You're making the switch from GT7 to iRacing. What's the biggest thing to know? That iRacing's as arcadey as GT7, but most of the people playing iRacing are deluded and don't think it is. Yeah. That it's you can't drive into understeer as aggressively in iRacing as you can in GT7, and the tyres get stuck over the limit in iRacing. But the net code in iRacing, well, it's less forgiving, but it looks better, and the smoothness of the cars is generally better. There's less warping around than GT7. I'd be really aware that there's a lot more. There's a lot of iRacers that are super deluded into thinking that iRacing is like the best thing ever. Like. You do get, people. GT is it's a really good driving game on console, and it's great with the gamepad, and it's passable with a wheel. But I don't think Gran Turismo players are as deluded as your average iRacer. Maybe not your average. There's a cult behind. This is not just iRacing. On PC Sims, you have like these bizarre cults behind Automobilista 2. ACC, ACI racing or whatever. Yeah, you have these really weird cults, like Call of Duty versus Battlefield or whatever. But the difference is, the cults behind Call of Duty or Battlefield or Valorant or whatever, they're normally arguing over why they like their games better or worse, right? They're normally going, oh, well, I don't like the spray mechanics, or I don't like the player movement, or I don't like these weapons, whatever. They're normally actually arguing about actual things of the game. Whereas in driving simulators, the fans of the games are pretty much like the mega deluded fans, the proper fanboys. They're basically almost universally arguing from authority of, oh, this is the most realistic because the developer told them, or some race driver has said it's good. So it's really weird. It's really weird. Like they can't actually quantify what's good or bad. They just, you know, it's a cult-like mentality. So being aware of that is quite a good thing as a person coming into sim racing. And it's happened all, you know, you had it with Live for Speed, R Factor 1, Automobilista 1. You get it with flight sims a bit, but not to the same degree. Because I think people invest a lot more time into driving sims, and they spend more money on equipment and stuff, and more money on the sims. And also they're competitive, so if you were to suggest to someone that's put a lot of time to be competitive into a video game, and that part of them investing their time is the idea that it's for them, it's a replacement for real driving and stuff, and you then undermine that, it really upsets them. As I found out, like they'll send you death threats and stuff. It's that stupid. It's genuinely that dumb. So they really don't realise they're playing video games. It's crazy. So that's good. That's good to keep in mind. That said, all the major driving sims are good fun to play. On a sort of basic level of just, you can learn a lot from all of them. Even Gran Turismo is great. Like, you can learn tracks, racecraft, general driving. It's all fine. So you're having fun. Mario Kart still is good. They're just a bit slow on updating it, and it's been ages since you've had any new tracks. I kind of miss the Mario Kart and the SNES. I think had a sort of was more hardcore. Double Dash was quite good, but yeah, they definitely softened Mario Kart. Like, the precision that you need for Mario Kart on the SNES is ridiculous. Like, some of the shortcuts genuinely are really hard to do consistently. And it's really snappy. And the tracks are quite nippy in Mario Kart on the SNES. And then the physics are kind of, the lock camera, it's kind of weird. Well, the thing with Bowser is he takes ages to get up to speed, doesn't he? But then once he's going, he's going. What's weird with Mario Kart is that there aren't more... The Mario Kart clones are pretty much always worse. Like, you would have thought, given that there's been like four major Mario Karts, or three major Mario Karts, SNES, N64, and then the GameCube. I'd say like all the Mario Karts since the GameCube version and Double Dash and stuff all basically drive this. They're basically the same. And the GameCube one is kind of like an evolution of the N64 version. But the SNES version, N64, and GameCube, those three play very differently. And then since the GameCube one, they play quite similar. It's weird that Crash Bandicoot Racing, Diddy Kong Racing and stuff, all these other games, Sonic Racing, none of them have had the tightness that Mario Kart has got. COD does crossovers like 40k. Yeah, we should. Driving sims should do. Well, they do. Driving sims automatically do crossovers, don't they? They're licensed real world cars. That's what that is. Oh yeah. Well, Mashed was amazing, and Classic Micro Machines was really good. Yeah, those types of games have gone as well. I think they're just too hard for a lot of people.
Line up on the right side. The estimated SOF is 1,812. Pit road is closed.
Garfield Kart.
Fighting for the podium.
I don't think I ever played that. I used to play quite a lot of the Atari ST and SNES racing games. As a kid, we had an Atari ST, so that's what I'd spend most of my time playing games on. Mostly demo discs from ST format. Someone's modded Mario Kart tracks into AC, but you need the cars and the chase cam, and then you need weapons. I keep saying this, but I really want a new sort of Twisted Metal type game that's snappy. Like, if you were to mix BeamNG or Wreckfest with Twisted Metal, with guns on the cars. I know there's that... is it not World of Tanks, but there is a game that's a bit like that. But I think if you made it more like realistic car physics, but with different cars, ice cream vans and what have you, motorbikes and things. Yeah, Crossout, but it's Crossout's just slow and it's all microtransactioned. So I think something that's more realistic basically how Twisted Metal is kind of like, it's quite snappy. Do you know what I mean? That seems to have gone from a lot of games. They really make them slow to make them more accessible. Yeah, Interstate 76 is a top game. It's one of the few games I've completed, actually. I love the story in that, and also the whole driving around, and then the way the cutscenes. It was amazing. Interstate 76 is surprising. That's not a template for a lot of games now to use as a format. Cutscenes, drive to locations, either have to shoot a few people or do something at the location, complete that objective, and then go to another location. It seems like a good format, but I will see what happens. Maybe as game development gets easier, we'll start seeing more stuff like that. Maybe we won't. Who knows? Let's get ready to get punted.
17 car. Get ready, going green. The pace car is in. Green flag, green flag. Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Car on your left. Stay on the right. Clear on the left.
Don't race. Yeah, I didn't even bother doing. I wanted to go in the middle of those cars and.
Oh man, look
Clear on the left.
Try and take advantage of the orange car being slow, but couldn't really do that.
That's not good.
Oh, we're losing the draft of the cars in front here.
Still there. Keep to the left. Still there. Still there, hold Hold your line. Clear.
Why? People, that's a really bad place to reactively block. That is, he's so lucky he didn't get net coded. Not sure what that was.
Oh my god, man.
Oh my god, every race I'm punted. Every single race I'm driven into by people it's because the tyres are so unforgiving in this game. So ridiculously unforgiving that people just lock up and smash you. And now the damage has probably crippled my car. Oh dear. Nothing I can do. What? He was miles off. If we're lucky, we're not too damaged. About to find out. No, car's wrecked. This game is so shit in design. I know, it might be alright. I've re-hit us hard enough that the whole back of my car should be missing. Fair enough. Or my car should do something. Or he didn't hit us. So, what is it? It's so, just ridiculous. And the speed that he supposedly hit us, it should have, ripped off the back of the car or, absolutely mangled me. Or, if he didn't hit us, then didn't hit us and didn't do anything. Why is it always some, default annoying 2/10 per lap baked damage?
Car ahead. Go right. Car on
Oh,
your left.
my goodness.
Clear.
Why do I play it? Because the torture is entertaining. I'm embracing the suffering. It's entertaining. You guys love the pain. Anything for content. The pain. The challenge of trying to finish in front is quite fun. The voice chat's fun. Camera setting's fun. The frame rate is nice with my settings. It's just a shame that there's so much stuff in it that could be completely avoided by a bit of Like some very basic game design.
Go left.
It's quite fun when you have someone that's a similar pace to you and you're both trying to lap as fast as possible. That's quite nice. But it's really rare. That's the thing that's a shame. Vast majority of people in iRacing either just pull over and let you pass, or they drive into you. There's not much of an in-between. That was one of the things that I found in LMU to be particularly good, is that there's a lot of people in that. I think it might just be because of the physics and netcode as well, but you get a lot more times where you're racing, like, you know what I mean, like side-by-side battling, or take a place, lose a place, retake it.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following Silent Swed. I do think actually playing iRacing, because you have to drive so preemptively, and because it doesn't allow you to drive on the steering wheel properly, it forces you to focus on your braking and accelerator inputs and preemptive driving. So it's quite good for focusing on those aspects of driving. Bloody hell. I saw him coming. I had to move right out of his way. There you go, it's a good example. That's a good example of not why you don't drive. Because if I didn't move out of the way there, he was going to plough us. He almost ploughed us the lap before. Hopefully he takes out the car in front of us. Jasper Lindman. More like Jasper Landmine. Jasper Landmine. That's his nickname. Oh, I've got Mr. Landmine. He's explosive. Do you think he will wreck the car in front of us? Car in front's probably just going to let it go past. It's a lot better driving this with a fixed setup. Hoisted by his own petard. I'm hoisted by my petard. What is a petard? Is it like this stick that a flag goes on? Is that what a petard is? It's a weird word, isn't it? Petard. Ah, you petard! What a petard! Basically calling someone a pole. Yeah, is a petard a flagpole? Could someone Google the definition of petard? Oh, I thought it was a flagpole. My life's been changed. I wonder what it'd be like to drive this track in real life, like the oval, driving an oval section in an LMP2 car. I've never been on a banked bit of track, so I can't really think what the G-forces would feel like. Like how much the banking balances it out so that it just feels like vertical G rather than horizontal G.
Go right. Car on your left. Still there.
Look at this
Car on your
game.
left, too wide.
Everyone can't. Nobody can do anything because the physics just turn off if you slip. So no one can react to the crash, and they all just drive into it. There's nothing you can do. And they all just like, you can't like purposefully throw the car into oversteer, or like, but it just if you lock up into straight lines mentally, it's so stupid, so stupid. And the fact that he lost that as well, it's probably just like would have been a really mild counter steer. Oh dear, so bizarre. What can you do? Oh yeah, no, I'm not blaming you. It's the tyres are crazy. Fractional slide in the braking zone, and there is actually no point counter steering because it doesn't respond to the counter steer anyway. So the only response is to push the brake and the accelerator at the same time. That's the only way to save it. Which ironically, iRacers will scream at you and go, "Ah, you're pushing the brake and accelerator. Don't know what you're doing." It's like. The way this drives in the dry is what you'd expect these cars to drive like in the wet. It's really funny. Oh wow. Get you on your toes. Somehow we're in 11th place though. I need to turn the tyre skid sound up a bit louder. Sort of the skill of Daytona is trying not to fall asleep. It's quite relaxing. Try and catch Mr. Orange car here. Only one lap to go though, so it's unlikely.
You're in the top 10.
We're slowly getting faster at this track though, which is nice.
Car ahead. Car stop on the left. Go right. There's an incident ahead.
I wonder if we did have damage or like how much from that guy driving into us. Be interesting to see. Nice.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Oh, I need a setup. I need a setup for the IMSA. Thanks, Neo. Has anyone got a setup for the LMP2 car? They could perhaps send me. So you literally just completely not competitive. Is Daytona a low downforce track? I'd imagine it was, but it's got an infield with like some. Does it alternate from open to fixed as well for the IMSA series, or is the IMSA series just every 2 hours? Here we go. Nothing you can do. Look how far back we are from where he spins, and then because my tyres are already at the limit, you're done. And they won't even. My car won't even turn more. Oh well. Yeah. Oh wow. Oh wow. Well, we can just try doing a fixed setup again. Yeah, just use an in-game. We'll just use a low downforce one. Or maybe just use the fixed one. You know, whatever. How do I lose 50 safety rating for that? For other people driving into me? Hang on. Oh, it must be clearing it off because we only had 8. Don't know what's going on there. My fault for being on track. Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's weird. Right, let's do that and then. I'll be back in a second. the best air fry action. Of course I'm making love to my air fryer. We doing some pizza. The old air fried half pizza trick. Why has the music stopped? Weird. Actually, it works surprisingly well. 8 minutes for a frozen pizza in the air fryer. Oh well, I think my stream has died. I need to go back to walking streams. Well, air fryer's good. It's good. Just because some of you guys are not cultured in air fryer usage. I'm gonna try. I think the Road Atlanta setup would be good for Daytona. With too high downforce. Did we just have damage last time? It's been air fried. That's how you cook pizzas to get them crunchy. Pure air frying skill. Pizza shouldn't be soft. Well, we'll tell you what.
I keep chewing on that shit.
We'll just use the default. Are you guys, any of you using the default setup?
Default setup? What's that, mate?
I thought that's the best way to race, is on defaults. Surely you can just use talent to win, right?
I mean, if you got some talent in the first place, I guess so. I'm using the wet set.
Man, if someone wants to send me a setup that can make untalented drivers fast, that'd be good.
What car are you in?
LMP2.
Can't help you, sorry.
I can't help you either. Sorry, mate. I might be able to after the race now.
Go on, Majors 24, mate. They do 3 setups.
We're gonna see how good the default setup is. The ultimate test.
One lap to green. Line up on the right side. The estimated SOF is 1,660. Pit road is closed right now. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
Good luck.
Got Yorkshire tea here, so it's gonna be easy win.
The BOP for this week carry on to the 24 hours of Daytona this weekend.
Wait, Daytona is this weekend?
There's another 24 hours of Daytona this weekend, yeah.
That's a separate event.
In real life or iRacing?
iRacing. In series. They have to run the whole season 24 hours so they can run Le Mans.
Catch up, 8 car. Catch up, 1 car.
When you pit, do you guys change fronts or rears? Oh, I forgot to bind look left.
Catch up, 39 car. Catch up,
That would be telling.
25 car.
P1.
Johnny, let's run away, lad, let's run away.
I mean, you've got a 1.0 safety, mate, so I'll be running away. Please don't rear end me at turn 1.
I've had a bad couple of races, right, leave me alone.
Get ready, going green.
Watch out for the bus stop.
Green, green, green. There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead. Car right. Slow car ahead. Car right. Slow car ahead. Still there. Hold your line. You're on the left. Rewind.
Hey!
All round. Car on your left.
And these guys, are you guys like actually like what?
What the hell was that for? Just drive into me, dude. What the hell?
Report you, Rayon.
I mean, iRacing, guys. It's actually farcical. Utterly farcical simulator.
Get to safe the rain, doesn't matter now, does it, eh?
Can we just work together, please?
Don't tell her.
The rears are on fire.
I mean, it's so stupid, isn't it? Really? How is it? How did they drive into us as well? That's what's weird. I moved right over to the left. I mean, I was as far out of the way as I possibly could be through that section.
Yeah, fantastic route, mate. Brilliant job.
Clear. Left side. Clear. There's an incident ahead. You got a slow car on the left.
Hello, James. How's it going, man?
Right side. Clear. Left side. Keep to the right. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Right side. Stay on the left. Clear.
It's hard to know if we got damage or not from that contact, and to what extent.
Come on, man.
Clear on the right.
Yeah, well, we should have damage, but
Still there.
I don't know how much.
Left side. Clear on the left. Left side. Clear on the left.
And the all-time best lap time is saying pretty slow, but we're behind traffic, so. And the all-time best was with draft. Maybe not. Like, look at this. This seems all right.
Left side. Clear on the left.
It's such a shame that iRacing could be so much better than what it is, with such a small amount of changes. Like reducing the damage from contacts in half, reducing the force from contacts in half, having community moderators or iRacing moderators that can give out drive-throughs for bad drivers and stuff.
Retard.
Obviously, they're working on the tyre model.
I'm so sorry.
But yeah, it wouldn't be a huge amount of changes on the penalty system. Changing it to be more like ACC or LMU, because the penalty system is completely broken.
Just check the fastest lap of the session. You're in the top 10.
Johnny, let's work together with me so I can get up to the front again.
I can't hear you, Aaron, sorry.
Order! Hello. Thanks for that. Order! 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 Hors d'oeuvres. Well, I think you can kind of ignore the 4X thing though, can't you? Because it doesn't really... I mean, you just ignore that. It should be... you should have safety rating per series though. Or like the weighting of it needs to be... They do actually adjust it per series. But...
Man, all of you are idiots. Honestly, all of you. Every single fucking one of you.
Does that include you as well? He's not wrong, no. Well, you have to be pretty dumb to play iRacing. LMP2 still raced a lot in real life, yeah. It's weird, actually. Out of all cars that that haven't changed much, Formula 4 as well. F4 has largely been the same since 2014, I think. Let's race ourselves. Yeah, I think that a lot of people do that, to be honest, Fabian. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, it's the subscription's on sale, I've got the cars, maybe I'll play it, and well, it's £100 for the year, I might as well buy the 2 years so I don't have to think about it, and then they don't play it. I think like iRacing make a lot of money out of people that do that, to be honest. Basically, it's like there's the different categories of iRacer. You have the complete iRacing fanboy that thinks it's like the most realistic thing ever, absolutely dedicated to it. They're on it all the time. They're training on it, and I'd say you've got like the esports driver that's like, oh, hang on, this is really competitive. I could, this makes sense to do if I want to do esports and, actually have a career sim racing as esports driver. So that's one group. Then you have like what I class as the deluded mega fan that only plays iRacing, or like 99% of the time just plays iRacing. They ignore all the flaws in it, take it all at face value, but they do get value out of it. Like they probably enjoy it, you know, whatever. So they spend the money on it, they buy all the content, they enjoy it. That's fine. Then I think you got like the sort of person that has iRacing content and
oh, what the fuck?
does like the big events. They have some of the cars.
Don't break with the clutch pulled.
Every now and again they will
Top tip.
do racing, you know. Every now and again they do races and stuff, and they practice a bit. They're reasonably quick, you know. And that's another category of racer. I think you've got a lot of people that just have the subscription to the base content as well. They're really bad at sim racing, but they're having fun, and they pay the monthly subscription. They jump on every now and again. They do like a Skippy race or a MX5 or whatever. They don't really think too much about it. You know, they've got like less than 1,000 I rating or whatever. They just sort of casually playing it. And then you have the people that have content because they bought it years ago, but then they kind of move to ACC or other sims, or they actually have a life, and then they buy the yearly subscription because part of them's still like, oh, maybe I'll play it, but they never do, and that's you. Yeah, the more serious you take iRacing, I think the worse. I think it's the same with a lot of games, though. To be fair, it's not really just an iRacing issue. If you something has to be very, very good and not massively flawed if you're gonna take it entirely genuinely. You know, like, there's very few things like that. I think you can take like playing musical instruments like that, or there's probably some games you could do that with, like chess. Like, the problem is most video games are deeply flawed, and then
Like.
there's always BS in everything as well. No, that's true. Yeah, exactly. Humphreystein for exactly. It's the only service that has enough players where you can get a full grid at any time of the day in multiple series. I mean, I think... oh, hello. Who's this? Oh, it's Maxime! Coming at it from Holland! Maxime! MXM! Stroop Waffles! Here we go! Hello! Oh, God, we need...
The pace car is out of control.
We needed perking up. Guys, go and check out Maxime if you haven't. She's unfortunately had to suffer my presence multiple times. Poor lady. poor tortured Maxime. Yeah. Waffles. Stroop waffles. Maxime, have you ever been to Q Dance? To DEF CON? I was so close to going this year. I'm going next year, so I hope you go. I'm going to DEF CON 1 next year, 100%. I just missed the tickets this year. Yeah, 100%. I'd like to actually DJ at that. That's a dream of mine, to actually. I don't care if it's like a side stage or some like small thing, but Yeah, it was last weekend, guys. If you don't know, it's a huge, like, really cheesy, hands-up techno, hard house sort of rave. It's terrible, but it's amazing at the same time. It's incredible. Really good lasers, really good fireworks. Everyone's on drugs. I wouldn't be on drugs because I'm boring. But, yeah. Go next year, Maxime. I'm going. Go next year. I'm going to try and get a bunch of people to go. It'd be awesome. I'm surprised it's not actually that hard to get to. I always thought it was further away. But, guys, check out Maxime. She does, sadly, she's a fan of Formula 1. Can't all be perfect. But she makes up for it by being Dutch and cool. Because all Dutch people are super cool. I don't know why. They just are. Well, hello. You go through, matey. I'm slow as shit. Let's go. Yeah, my epic banging. No, I'd make like hard house tracks. I don't think people would understand sim racing remixes. Are you playing F1 at the moment, Maxine? And I know they updated it recently. I haven't actually asked any of the F1 game players if they like it or not since the update. Thanks, Novotny. Yeah, give her a follow, guys. Super chill. She's cooler than me. I'll never be a cool Dutch person. Even if I lived in Holland for like 10 years. I'd never be like a cool Dutch person on a bicycle. I will always be a miserable British git. A sad, pathetic British person. Whinging, damp, soggy. Whoa, he's leaving the pit and almost drove into him. That was close. Thanks, spotter.
Come on, what are you doing?
That was very close. I was so close to driving into him. Oh well. Sad English. With fish on his socks. What more could you want? Yeah, could just said English. Pathetic English. Oh dear. Let's let this guy. Let's pit it here. Yeah, we definitely have damage.
Still there. Clear. The car in front is pitting.
Oh, that was for position, Eduardo. That's how you pit it, guys. That's how you do it. Well, let's see how much damage we have here.
Right here.
Probably less than that coming from.
All the damage is repairable.
Oh, 4 seconds. Hang on. That wasn't too bad, actually. Right.
That's it, go.
Let's go, guys. But welcome along anyone that's come from Maxime's channel. He's pretty miserable here. You won't enjoy it. It's terrible. It's actually, this is the worst place on the internet. It's even worse than Birmingham. That's how bad it is. You won't have a fun time here. You'll question everything about what you're doing. You'll be thinking to yourself, why did Maxime send us here? Why would she be so cruel? What a terrible thing for them to do. Is Birmingham on the internet? It will be. It's on the internet as places not to visit in the UK. Places to avoid. Name a place worse than Birmingham. Bet you can't. Oh. What? Slough. Hello, Gorgonimino. I can't say your name. Goranimino. Yeah, Birmingham 2. Birmingham 2.0. Revenge of the Birmingham. Hello, welcome back, Matt. Welcome back, Matt. Wow, that went well. We're in 10th place apparently, despite being wrecked at the start and having a terrible setup. We definitely need a setup for this. It'll be really interesting to compare how well we can do in this, how well we do with or without setup. How many X's am I on at the moment, guys? Hum something. I can't perform under pressure. Sadly, I can only perform spontaneously. Yeah, why are Dutch people so cool? What is that about? How does that happen? Nobody looks at British people and goes, "Oh, they're cool." British people are always losers. But Dutch, you're like, oh yeah, they're cool. The coolest Europeans, Dutch. Maybe it's because they live with the constant fear and pressure of the country being underwater, and so they develop a degree of like ambivalence. Fish waffles. I mean, yeah, I guess if the thought of being able to have premium waffles at any point in time. They do have those bloody pink sweet shots everywhere where I've been. Which is a bit weird, because they're like, there's more those sweet shops than there is McDonald's. It's crazy. And they look like they're just full of rubbish. Legal cannabis. Yeah, we're not allowed that in the UK. But it'll be too much fun. You're banned. That's illegal in the UK. Anything that's potentially enjoyable is banned. Somehow we managed to get tea. I don't know how that happened. That was an accident. That was a slip up by the British government. Tea and coffee were accidents. Yeah, you wouldn't want to enjoy yourself too much. If you think in your head, picture like British person, right? You don't think of a happy person. Even Harry Potter was sad. Like, the most internationally known fictional British person lived in a cupboard. Paddington Bear, he's depressed. Eeyore, depressed. Winnie the Pooh, depressed. Wombles, they're all depressed. That's what years of governmental austerity will do to you. Even the most optimistic person becomes Eeyore. Oliver Twist was upbeat, but that's because he had an extra helping of porridge. Got to pick a pocket or two. I think no, Mr. Bean was quite happy, but it was normally at the expense of other people. Yeah, Sherlock Holmes depressed.
Clear on the right.
Yeah, just drive into me to overtake. It's fine.
Use your mirrors, James.
I was holding my line and then I moved over and then you drove into me. So use your racecraft, mate.
You drifted from one side of the track to the other.
No, wrong, incorrect. Learn how to drive, noob.
That's you.
Still there.
Bet he's well triggered. Like, anybody that comes on the microphone after they've already passed you should be like, they should just get a week ban, I think. Oh dear.
Relax, Jackson. I just came off pit road. Jeez.
Clear on the right. Slow car ahead. Car stopped ahead. Car stopped on the left. Car stopped on the left. There's an infinite ahead.
What are they doing? Can't park there, mate. Did you just drive into him like you drove into me? Oh, karma. Maybe he needs to use his mirrors as well. Oh, you love it. Oh. Oh no. Well, I don't know. I don't care. I'm having fun. Doesn't matter. Whatever. This is iRacing.
I'm gonna push him so we can catch him.
It's war.
Group of faster cars approaching. Car right. You're on the
Never
left.
mind. Bye-bye.
Rewind. Car right, 2 wide. Clear on the right.
Even when you move right off the track to let them through, they almost drive into you.
Clear on the right.
Hello, Sam. Whew.
Car right. Clear.
It's weird that around about lap 19 I get a bit of a frame drop, but then it picks back up again. How's today? It must be maybe the weather changing or something in the game or time of day. It's alright, we're just chilling out really. That's why I've been playing iRacing. I don't have to concentrate too much whilst I'm playing it. It's not very physical on the arms either. There will always... well, it depends. If Ace Evo's good... Oh, will there be a beta? I don't know. Maybe. Hello, Thomas. Maybe they'll do like a beta. An early access, probably. Yeah, I'd imagine they'll probably do an early access because I'm sure the game's not as far along as they want it to be. Why is that, Thomas? It's the LMP2 car. We could do some AC in a bit if you guys want. It's pretty funny how on this race, unless you have a setup, the car's not competitive in the slightest. And they don't give the default setups, it's not even vaguely competitive, which is just really weird.
Not to push.
Have you driven this track before, Thomas? It's like some like oval track in America. Thomas has PTSD from this. I'll wait till you see the first lap. You're in for a treat. Silverstone, I think. Oh yeah, I might do one of them actually. Thing is, I like the idea of IMSA. I think it's a good format. Having multi-class, 45 minutes, LMP2 and GT3 with like 40. I mean, it's worse that it's got LMDH. I think it'd be better if it was just LMP2 and GT3, and then if you have like 20 LMP2s and then 30 GT3 cars, I think that actually works out really well. I think that could be close to probably, if your goal was to keep a server populated and you're doing online ranking and you were going to do hourly races, I think that's probably... In fact, maybe if you did 45-minute IMSA type race, 1 hour, and then the next thing is a 20-minute race in like GT3 or something, and you alternate each hour. I think that would actually, I think that could be the ultimate online system that exploits the player numbers for GT3 and keeps things active, and will make people keep coming back for more. So LMU kind of are doing that, but it's only in their... They're more just going LMP2, GTE, and the rookie thing. I think you just need splits. You don't need rookies or advanced series. You just need splits. And then a safety thing, where if you go below a certain safety threshold, you get like a big icon on the car that says dum dum. But then again, I definitely feel like if you did a racing game that was just MX-5s and it was 50 car grid, I'm using a 38 Ti, 50 car MX-5 grids, and there's a race every hour. In fact, if that alternated as well from like a 50 car grid 25-minute race and a 25 car 15-minute race, and it was just MX-5, I think that could work as well.
Faster traffic approaching.
The pace car is out of control.
Barry Arends, thank you for following.
Faster traffic approaching.
Well, yeah, obviously one of the most gorgeous sim races. I'm pretty much known as one of the sexiest sim racers. It's a bit of a burden that I have to just go along with. Hello, fast boy.
I'm sorry, Adam, that P2 setting that just made that more worse than it needed to be. I would have been fine if you didn't do that, I'm sorry.
Car coming up quick. Left side. Clear on the left.
Oh, 5 minutes left of this. It's been a great time driving around this track.
Faster traffic approaching. Left side. Keep to the right. Clear.
Not sure what he was doing. He's all over the place. I might be able to jump into one of those radical races. Hello, donut. Ah, now I want a donut. Absolute disgrace. Now we're talking about radical in AC, BRT. Yeah.
Please get off the track 39. You're just actually terrible.
Boot. We'll have to see, won't we? It's nice to know that there's
I've got damage. This car's not easy to drive.
a couple of sims that are on the way, which hopefully will rescue sim racing. And as I say, like, if iRacing's time model's updated so the cars drive like cars, that would be fantastic. If you can do combined slip in iRacing, it will be really, really, really fun. It will make the driving so much better. Like, you'll actually be able to counter steer through corners properly, which would be really good. It will mean that you can actually drive as opposed to bobsled. So you could get that if a new iRacing time model that's actually realistic. A set of course at Evo, if that ends up being good, would just be interesting. The new Straight 4 game. Yeah. Be interesting. Updates to LMU, because the guys working on LMU they're working really hard, and like they're doing quite a lot to it. Like the pace of development on LMU is really quite impressive, actually. They had quite a big management change with LMU, like a year or two ago.
Right side. Clear on the right. The leader
It's still overheated.
0.751. We're going to need rubber soon. Take it easy now.
No, they weren't sold by Motorsport Games. So, Motorsport Games bought R-Factor 2 / Studio 397. They then replaced one of the guys behind 397 and some of the staff. Then Motorsport Games had like random financial issues. Then they replaced the project lead. And there's been a whole load of random stuff. So.
Car right. You're in the middle. 3 wide. Right side. 2 wide. White flag. Go smooth. Clear.
Please pay attention.
All right. Checkered flag. Nice run. Solid work.
Let's have a look at the guy that was complaining at us.
Rodrigo, you can have the position on the line.
What lap was it on the guy that was getting annoyed with us? Oh, first, here we go, guys. First of all, Look at this. I mean, look at this. I mean, what are they doing? I mean, that's partly netcode. He just turns right into that car. Why does he not lift? So he drives it. He's wobbling. Then he drives into him, and then he just plows me.
Jackson, I understand the frustration, mate, but next time, can you take it on the geezer that caused it and not a bystander?
I mean, a lot of it looks like... It looks like there's lag as well. Like, look at the cars. It's mental. Like... So then that's just like a partly technical... ruining your race, that's it. And because the contacts are so over the top and the damage is random... That's it. But also, what is he planning on doing? Why? He's not got the exit here. This car is obviously going to come around there. I'm obviously on the left.
The red zone.
So you just have to a slight lift would really have helped there because 45-minute race as well.
In that race. Drove like crap.
Fucking tell me about it, mate. I got spun around a couple of laps.
Well, I mean, you just
stages, so,
at the start of the race here, you just assume
basically a recovery drive the whole.
You just assume that there's cars near you, don't you? Either side, so you're driving it, you'd follow the track. But why at the start of the race? Why would you not lift? Like, you don't want to. Why would you want to be in the middle of the sandwich? It's ridiculous. It's partly lag though. You see how his car suddenly judders. What's funny is I stuck my car so far on the left here to avoid all of this. Like, I'm basically, I'm almost on the grass to give as much space as possible, and then I'm also like I am actually 2 wheels on the grass to give as much space as possible, and then I have to turn right here a little bit. I can't just drive in a total straight line. I mean, I could do, but it wouldn't make any sense at all. He's got plenty of space though. The car to the right of me, I'm like, even if he had a car next to him, he has so much space. So, yeah. Anyway, and then let's have a look at this guy, the angry here. It's the most active sim though, isn't it? That's the thing. If you good luck getting a multi-split IMSA race and anything else. The replay system's nice. Try to find the video of the guy that got annoyed. He was like warping and lagging, so I tried to move out of the way, and then he went to squeeze past on the right hand side. And then he was complaining that I wasn't looking in my mirror, but I was. That's why we moved out of the way. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, look. Right. He's coming up behind us. I notice he's coming on the right. So I move to the left to let him through, and then he drives across and almost drives into us there. Wait. I'm actually moving out. I see that he's going to the right. So I'm like, oh, he's going to the right. So I move over, and then he... Wait, what does he want me to do? What does he want me to do? Is he mental? I'm like, okay. Oh, he's coming. He's going to the right. Oh, I see that he's there. Fine, I'll move over. And then he almost drives into the back of us. And then he squeezes around the outside of there. Well, I didn't turn right. I'm driving in a consistent line. I'm not doing anything erratic. I've come off the corner and I'm following the line of the car in front, which is totally normal. So I'm actually driving completely. I'm driving the totally normal line, which is what you'd expect the car to be doing. You don't expect them to be hugging the left or hugging the right. You expect them to be driving the racing line, which is exactly what I'm doing here. And then he's like, fine, he's made a decision to go to the right, which I've reacted to the fact that he's decided to go right. So I've moved left. I am using my mirror here. He now has a clear run. So he's like, this is entirely on him. Then he's lost speed. I'm hugging the inside of this corner here. My car's going to understeer a bit, and then he's driven into me.
Use your mirrors, James.
Use your mirrors.
Use your mirrors, James.
See, he's so confident that he's in... He's totally unaware that he's completely just... Like... It's entirely on him. Bloody iRacers. Completely unaware of what they're doing. Probably netcode as well. You know, it's all laggy, so... Oh, I don't know. They all just crashed. Oh, that's not true, Carl. Do you mean in... What do you mean it's 50-50? No, the way it works is, even if a car is a backmarker... if a car is overtaking a car, if the car that they're overtaking... They just have to overtake cleanly. If the car in front is driving completely predictably, then you can't blame the car in front at all. If the car in front is driving the totally normal racing line, look at the car in front of me here and the line that I'm taking. Right? I'm just driving the normal line. As soon as I see that he's there, as soon as I see that he's going for a pass on the right, I actually move out the way more than I need to. So he always has a car space here, and I give him more space. The fact that he then drives like that into the back of us is entirely on him, because at any point in time, he could just keep going to the right, or he could go to the left. No, there's space here, so it doesn't make sense. He's obviously going for it. It makes more sense for the car in front to either if you're in front and if you're in front of a car and you see the car behind you is going for a pass on a side, and you're like, oh, there is space on the right for them to do that pass, and I'm the back marker, then making it the space larger for them to drive through. I'm not doing anything erratic. I am going, he's clearly passing on the right. He's clearly moved to the right. There's clearly space on the right. So I've moved over to the left a bit so that it's even less ambiguous. And then he drives into us afterwards. So, I mean, come on.
Order!
I've lost my car. Order! It's, I mean, also, how many times have I been a back marker when I've gone to pass on the right and then the car in front closes the space on the right? Well, unfortunately, you have to use your brake pedal or lift. It's annoying, but if I'm right, like LMP2 race, and there's a GT3 car, and let's say they did what I was doing, but they kept moving to the right, and I'd gone to the right. Yeah, okay, I can suddenly dart to the left, or I can brake. I can use my brake pedal, and then pass where it's actually safe. If it's the final lap, or it's do or die, fine. But in halfway through a 45-minute race, if the car in front of you, who's driving on the racing line, blocks you, you have to brake. It's annoying, but it's just how it is. It's you can't be upset. I don't even mind him driving how he drove and got past us. I don't even care. It wasn't even that bad from him. It wasn't really a problem at all. It was the fact that he comes on the microphone saying, "Oh, you need to use my mirror," which is just absurd. Because I never use my mirror, so why would I use my mirror? Why is this messed up? What's going on here? I don't use mirrors, no. Why? I'm stuck on this bloody... This happens in... What is this? Is this like a weird bug in iRacing? How do you... This is weird. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. Oh, here we go. That's weird. It's like you can go past the lap that you're on to a fictional lap. What lap was in? Yeah, I don't care about his move or overtaking or whatever. And the thing is, I'm actually pretty decent at getting out of the way of back markers because I know how annoying it is when they block you. So it's Yeah. Also, I never really get on the mic to people unless they wreck you. Like even if someone does something dumb, in the moment you'd just be like, "Lol," you know what I mean? if they wreck you, fine. If they totally wreck you, I understand that. But like, oh, I don't know. Who knows how much lag there is though? Maybe from their perspective, when you actually look at the server lag, because iRacing does a load of smoothing, so from his perspective, it could have looked like I'm like reactively moving, but he might not know how bad iRacing's netcode is. So a lot of people don't realise how much smoothing it has. Ah, the old replay system. Like, what lap was it on? I always click the wrong buttons on the replay. Yeah, I know. I should have Dave Cam shanked him. Dave Shank. I should have I should have accidentally have blocked my camera, my vest camera, and then shanked him. Planted the drugs. No, but why would he bait me? It's not for position. He's a LMDH overtaking an LMP2. You don't need to bait the the car that you're passing. You just drive past them. It's not fishing. Lost it. Ah, was it this one? Yeah, here we go. Like, this is as much on him as well. Like, we're holding the inside line here. My car's going to understeer a little bit going through that corner, and he's still going for like the do or die pass. And after he's slow from driving into us, almost driving into us. It's like, basically, he's saying use your mirror, but he has no awareness of how physics operate on a vehicle. I did leave space. He has got space. Hence why it's just a 0x. Yeah, there's nothing. I don't really mind that. It's just weird for him to comment on it. It's even worse from his onboard. It's even more stupid from his onboard. He's like, oh, okay, he's going right. Oh, what is that? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. It's insane. Car in front, he's like, oh. I'm sorry. If I need to use my mirror, he needs to use his windscreen. Use his windscreen. Oh dear. It's probably lag. You see, but you can just see my wheel. I move to the left as soon as he's coming. Wow. I clearly need to use my mirror. Anyway, yeah, there's probably a lot of smoothing in netcode, so maybe it looks different from his PC. Yeah, my car's on the racing line. It doesn't matter. There's still space on the right. Yeah, I should have read his mind. I'm following the racing line. It's totally normal. See, he's coming. Move to the left. Anyway, we've gone through this a million times. It's just dumb. No, I didn't say anything because I don't normally talk to drivers in the race unless it's like to mock them or like at the race start or something. Because what's the point of like saying something sarcastic? I mean, if someone's wrecked you, fine. But like, if someone's just overtaken and no one's crashed, what's the point? We've already moved on. Are people not doing the Ringmeister? That was after he'd already said stuff. Because I've taken the piss out of his comment. Right. Super Formulas at Silverstone. I think that could be all right. I mean, fixed Formula C at Long Beach. That's gonna be hilarious. Right, let's do this. It's gonna be a disaster. Yes, F3 at Long Beach. Now we're talking. This is gonna go clean. The beach that is long. Oh, we lost I rating. How much bloody? How many laps you have to do with no incidents? Oh, we had 10 incident points. Still. For 10 for a 45-minute race, so you can only basically have like 3 or 4. BRT, when you see GT3 cars flashing GT4 cars, oh yeah, people that flash the headlights in daytime is like, what's the point? Like, if you're a car behind, if the car in front hasn't seen you, well, you can then know what line they're going to be taking. Oh, hello, Hawkeye.
1, go.
Go.
Needed a good laugh today.
Thank you, Hawkeye. I really appreciate the donation there. Cheers. Yeah, if you're passing a car and they haven't seen you, you know what line they're going to take, so you can do it based off that. If they have seen you, flashing your lights is pointless because they know that you're there. And yeah, like they don't need to like get out of the way. They just, you know. What do you mean? Who cares? Let them. Well, they do flash. It's just stupid. That's the point. Is it's a sign of like. Well, I don't know. It's just weird behaviour. It's like they're like distracting themselves by pushing the light button. It makes sense at night to do it for sure, and especially in a longer race. Like if it's you know, when people are like fixated. So when you're doing like a 6-hour race or something, or it's night time, then for sure it makes sense. But in a daytime 45-minute race or shorter, it's like, well, you know, on tracks like Nordschleife, it makes sense as well to let the car know you're in front, because there's some corners you might be overtaking on Nordschleife, so it can be useful to flash your lights if it's a, like, say, same class car or whatever. They just happen to be damaged or they're slow. So the problem is flashing your lights is a useful thing when drivers do it appropriately, but 99% of the time, people flashing their lights in driving sims is because they're a dickhead. That's the issue. Like, there's a 1% of the time, there's a really good, legitimate reason to be flashing the headlights that's useful to everybody, and it's good. But it's negated by the people just flashing lights all the time. But to be fair, why not do it? If it's annoying, why not do it? So, yeah, you're right. They might as well just do it. Might as well use those light bulbs. They're expensive. Paid for the light bulbs. Might as well use them. Sim racing. Maybe if you've got a graphics card that can render the light, you're happy. You should have a silly horn in race cars instead of lights. And that way, it could be a special horn that you only push like once so no one knows it's coming. And then they're racing and they hear... And you're like, what's that noise? And you have to think about it, and that's how you get the overtake. They could put them in Formula 1 cars. I don't know what would be a distracting... Like a horse. That make you think twice. Really, like a really, really loud horse. You'd be like, why can I hear a horse behind me? Hang on. The amount of stick your friend got driving GT4 while Dorking was in GT3... Oh, yeah. Chat went mental. iRacing, eh? Or was that in ACC? Sim racing, guys. It's a very special place. Have you, this is like those, you know, in air traffic controllers where they get angry at the pilots. And they have an argument between the pilot and the air traffic controller. It's weird how angry some people get about being flashed. Some leagues even have rather strict rules. Yeah, it's not that I don't think they're particularly angry. It's just that there's like... general BMW driver dickhead behaviour, isn't there? Which then, because a lot of people sim race, the thing is 99.9% of sim racers are not taking part in like high level esports racing. It's pretty casual, but then you have a bunch of tryhards in that context. It's like when you do five-a-side football with friends or something. And then you have the one guy that turns up with like, or you go cycling with some friends, and you have the one guy that turns up with like the £5,000, but you know, with all like the lycra and everything, and all you wanted to do was like a little casual cycle, and you're like, yeah, some of you might be really fit, some of you unfit. But do you know what I mean? You always have that one person that can't read the room for like the context. Like, fair enough if it's like, if you're in the race and it's a big esports event, or everyone's decided to take it seriously or whatever. It's just, again, it's that paintball thing. You always have those like couple of people that think they're in SAS training, and ironically it's never the actual soldiers. Like, if you've ever the soldiers are people that are in the SAS or special forces, which a lot of them do airsoft and paintball for fun. They don't take it that seriously. It's always the try-hard, deluded ones that take it too serious for what it is. Or like, again, it's not about taking it seriously. It's about taking it seriously, but not seriously at the same time. There needs to be a word for that. There needs to be a word for that thing I'm always describing. KXMP1, I thought you said, it's the same with Muslims. I was like, what? It's the same with Muslims. They're taking things too seriously.
Buenas, Antonio, que te he visto ahí que estabais un par juntos. No sé si sabéis lo de... No va malas, ni mucho menos.
Oh, dear.
Lo de tira un GPR se llama y estáis en solitario.
Yeah, it's exactly the same with Mil Sims. Exactly. They totally ignore the flaws. So like in Armour, they completely ignore the fact that the AI is complete trash, that the lag is terrible, the player movement is ridiculous, and then they want to play it as if it's all perfect. It's like, well, or the fact that you're better off doing a backflip in a helicopter to land it quickly. Also, in Armour, I used to play a lot of Armour 2 and Flashpoint. Helicopters in Armour 3, if you're crashing a helicopter, you crash it on its side and it doesn't then blow up. So you can crash, like let's say you get hit by a rocket, you tilt it and it crashes on the side and the helicopter skids across the ground. Whereas if you crash in what would normally be like a controlled like landing, it kills you. Sell you a DD wheelbase? I ain't got any to sell. Well, I've always liked the graphics engine of Armour, to be honest. I think graphically it's always been great. Just, it's the netcode has always been a problem, and then the weird player movement and stuff. And the janky gun stuff. £1 fish. If I was you, BRT, because I know you're not. I know you're like you got money to waste. If I was you, I'd buy like I'd probably buy like an Acertec solution, but I wouldn't get Acertec pedals. I'd buy like an Acertec wheel and like 2 of their wheel rims, or like 2 of their button boxes, and then I would probably get some nice load cell pedals. I think Acertec I think do the sort of high-end stuff at a very good price.
They're showing us the black flag. You didn't exit the pits.
I don't even know whether
you have to drive through the pits without stopping.
Simucube's good as well. But I think Acertec do quality at good price, and they're not like
Igualmente, tío.
Yeah, I just think they do stuff good for where you're at. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could buy like a SimMagic bundle or a Moser bundle. But I mean, what do you mean good to go? Just get a just get a wheel and pedals done. I guess Moser are doing their force feedback joystick, so it'll be interesting to see how that ties into their ecosystem. Oh, this is going to be such a disaster. This is going to be awful. Well, I mean, I only have a Moser and Fanatec affiliate link, so you should just go with them. I don't have an Acertec affiliate. I need to get one. I keep recommending their stuff. Use Matt Malone's. It's Matt Malone. Ow! Bloody turning circle of this car's terrible.
Okay, here comes your first time black.
Now this is a bumpy track, this. You should watch some of the onboards of this track on YouTube. It's absolutely mental. Like old IndyCar stuff. I think There's one of Tony Kanaan ponying it around here. Yeah, I think you can. I think as long as it's got the same quick release, I'm not sure what the strength of the wheel rim is like. It should be. It'd just be a case of how strong you run the force feedback. But I think even their cheaper wheels are pretty solid pieces of. Like they're fundamentally attached to like a metal base. This is going to be a disaster. Why did I join this? This is going to be the worst. I'm not going to be able to read track. This is the worst idea. Oh dear, we're not getting through this.
Alright,
this is a really stupid thing to join. Oh well, at least we'll have done one race here. Wilson. Well, so with DD, with the wheelbases and wheel rims, just check what the quick. If it's got the same quick release, then yeah, generally, the only thing would be if you had like a really low end. If it's a really cheap wheel rim, it might be a little bit flimsy if you were to run really high force feedback with it, but you would then just run lower force feedback. So. Long Beach is like a gambling city on the coast. It's got casinos and things. Where is Long Beach in Florida? I'm using the Mozart R12 at the moment. California. Oh. Just looks like it's got loads of casinos. It just looks like it's hotels for the beach
How
or
to use
something.
DRS
Field
here?
today, look for opportunities.
Everything in America is so big, so spaced out.
How to use DRS here?
5 cars left to grid.
DRS.
You have to press Alt F4 to activate it at the start of the race. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Back to the left.
If he quits, guys, I go.
I believe there is no DRS in
He's behind me. You have to press it before the lights go on the screen, otherwise you won't get DRS. It's a.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
It's sarcasm.
Everyone's gridded.
Oh dear.
Green flag, green flag.
Okay, let's go.
Really funny if he got to the straight and then his car just disappeared because he held F4. Or if he like just drove right into the back of us because his car's like lagged out. I couldn't be bitter.
Car on your
I'll
left.
just have to accept it.
Clear on the left. There's an incident ahead. Car on your left. You're on the right. 3 wide. Left side, 2 wide. You're on the left.
I knew that was going to happen. I can't believe no one drove into the back of me. That's Long Beach. Every time at Long Beach. Well, the replay will be good. There's no way I'm getting to the end of this race, let's be honest.
You're in the top 10.
Oh, 7th!
No, mate.
Well done, me. Blessed be.
And why exactly? And do you think I hit you on purpose, or?
Keep digging.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Long Beach seems to be running better than it used to. I always used to get weird performance issues on this track.
car in P1, just set the fastest lap. 14.928. That was your fastest lap of the session.
I heard that they bought some of the... I've read the articles on Overtake. Oh, I don't know what's going on. To be honest. I don't really care as long as consumers can get the products. I do feel bad for staff or whatever, or just their stupid business stuff, you know. The problem is you're only going to hear like one-sided versions of stories from all over the place. So there's often a lot of complexity behind stuff. But from a consumer perspective, whatever lets consumers get equipment and stuff, whatever works, be good. I've said this before. I know a few of the people that work at Fanatec, and they've always been really nice people. So you know, you just want the best for people. I do have a DD Plus. I haven't got round to. I forgot where I was. I forgot which corner I was on. I haven't got round to testing it yet. We will do eventually. I've used it at SimRace and Expo. It's good. It felt like a really good piece of equipment. The QR2 is really nice as well. It works well. Force feedback's good on it. Main issue at the moment is the driving simulator software. The say like the DD Plus, Acertec wheels, Moser, Simagic. It's all great equipment. Just the driving sims. ACC's is lacking in detail force feedback. LMU's lacking in detail force feedback. iRacing I think has okay force feedback, but the tyre physics are not. Are so messed up that they don't work properly with force feedback. AC1 has fantastic force feedback, but I think it could be even better. And obviously AC1 has no online ranking really, apart from LFM. So, you know. It's like the force feedback for flight sims. Like the Brunner I've got is really nice. But hardly any of the flight sims have G-force simulation or do like proper like gyroscopic helicopter force feedback, or you know. So like you can have really good devices, but it's dependent on the software.
The leader is running 13.964.
Unfortunately, with force feedback, most sim races don't understand how it can be done to do well.
Back for you.
Yeah, BRT LMU has no dynamic range in its force feedback. I think you don't notice stuff because you're playing with such a shit force feedback wheel. Pop it out for 5 minutes. How dare you? How dare you? Off to the gulag for BRT. Well, no one cares what I think, so.
Izquierda para ti.
car in front is pitting.
Ooh! Someone's wrecked. Getting to their place. I mean, to be honest, most people think I'm an idiot, and they're probably right, but unfortunately, I'm also correct. So, you know, it's the downside. I wish I wasn't. Woo. Oh my god, there's so many laps. I can keep trying to do PBs. I do quite like city tracks. I think it forces you to hit apexes. It's not about the Newton meters, it's the dynamic range of a T300, and also it shouldn't be 400. A T300 should really cost about 170. It's sold massively over its actual value. So but the point of a DD isn't that it's silent. It's not relevant to anything. It's only silent compared to like a G25 because it doesn't use metal cogs on the shaft. It has a belt.
Left your.
Yeah, I mean, a T300 shouldn't cost as much as it does. Thrustmaster just printing money with that. Yeah, it's better. It's better than a G25. I've got a T300, but I'm just saying it's in a DD wheels. Well, good DD wheels are just in a completely different ballpark. You basically have to get to 200 RPM and probably around about 9 or 10 Newton meters for a force feedback wheel to be able to stay one-to-one with the video game, and also have the dynamic range that's analogous to real life dynamic range.
You cut that corner, you've got a slow down penalty.
The T300 also has quite a lot of mechanical damping built into it, because it's the friction between that it has to be applied for the belt to then be able to grip onto the wheel and the motor at the same time. And I think it also uses I think it uses 2 belts. So one of the belts is designed to mask the cogging of the motor and also amplify the force. So but even a CSL Elite is a lot better than a T300. Well, that's what I say in BRT, just get Acertech or Simucube. And then if you get bored of it, you could always sell it and probably get most of your money back for it. If you're not on a tight budget and you do lots of sim racing, just get a like 20 Newton meter DD. Well, not quite fast boy, because some DDs out there are absolutely shite. You'd be surprised how bad some companies can make DDs. I've used DDs that are so bad. Not any of the mainstream brands. No, the CSL Elite is 5 Newton meters. CSL DD is 8 Newton meters with the boost pack. I thought I'd brake a bit later. Did not work.
Michael, we can pop. Go inside.
Is it not a good track to try and read chat on and drive at the same time? That's the problem with street circuits. There's always a corner.
Boys, back for you. Left.
Car right, clear.
Lol. What's the car behind me doing? Almost took me out. this guy behind me a lap down? Probably going to drive into me. Feels like this is never ending. What the fuck are you doing? Has he wrecked the back of my car? iRacing is honestly impossible. He's a back marker. He's a back marker, and he's just driven into us on the. Honestly, guys, it's a piss take of a video game. He shouldn't even. If you're a back marker, you shouldn't even be that close to a car on that type of corner because you can't overtake him there anyway. So I knew he was going to drive into me. This stupid bloody game. It's basically hot lap. It is hot lapping. That is the game. Because any situation where you potentially have to race or use some that's a pit entry. Any like strategy and it all breaks. And so basically, was that the pit entry? Bloody hell. Any time you have to race, it will break. So basically, you're left with iRacers that are really good hot lappers, and so they're not ever really racing. They're just driving past people, or they're driving by themselves. So they're like, "Oh, it's great. It's a good ego boost," because they're like, "Oh, well, I'm comfortable at hot lapping. I can drive quickly. Fine." And then, dear. It's insane. I can't think of a sim that's as mental as iRacing for not allowing racing. But you watch when we race in LMU, you'll see that we like have overtakes, a few bumps or whatever, and driving that looks very similar to real world driving. I might as well just keep driving around here. What's the gap? We've got his back marker, first place. I might as well just keep driving around. With no rear wing.
James, if you are faster, don't overtake.
No, Denny, it is the game because iRacing requires a lot of skill to drive. Because of the tyres getting stuck over the limit and because of the netcode being so unforgiving. And
James, if you are faster, overtake.
So if you play AC online, ACC, LMU, I'm pretty sure the drivers in those games are worse than iRacers, generally speaking, and yet the racing is cleaner despite having worse drivers. Because you have to be, because of how unforgiving iRacing is. Also, it's more popular, so you've got more splits to divide the users up. Well, there was already loads of people had already made videos about it, so I might do eventually, but.
The leader is coming up on you. They're not outside.
Right, the problem is we've got another 6 laps, and we're 4 seconds off pace per lap. So. It probably is better to stay out though. Yeah, I know, but I I don't do stuff just for views. Like if I happen to see something and think, oh, I'll make a video out of that, then, or I'm able to make a video, I will do. I don't just... if the goal for me was to just farm views, then there's a lot of stuff you can do. And well, that's what people want. It's funny, yeah. Literally, just pump out videos saying the most asinine, obvious stuff in sim racing. That's obvious, not just obvious to someone that's experienced in sim racing, but it's really obvious to like anybody. You know, people love that shit. Like, just make thousands of videos about the most basic racecraft ever, or the most trail breaking or racing line or field of view. Just keep doing them. And people will perceive it as you being informative and useful. And they'll go, that's so helpful. It's like, yeah, there's already 50 videos that cover that. Yeah, well, I've already made that video 10 years ago. but you know, it is what it is. Exactly. I like to suffer just driving badly for 12 hours. It's a performance art piece. That's the level I'm at. When aliens come, they'll go, oh, what? This is weird. Every day, we should start the live stream every day, but by making an obvious video. Well, so even in media, there's a common thing where basically every 7 years, all media is recycled, because 7 years is the time period it normally takes for someone to learn something, get bored of it, and then for someone else to get, like, new people to come along. That's normally the time period. So every 7 years you get a repeat of everything that you've already seen. You'll notice that in everything. That's like 7 years before you get remakes, 7 years. So it's every 7 years. Yeah, people like to also be told things they already know, because it's like confirmation bias or whatever. It's like, oh, it reinforces what they already know, so it makes them feel happy. So as a form of entertainment, it's entertaining. Basically, so it's like someone saying, yes, you're right, but in a convoluted way that makes the person receiving it feel as if, oh, I'm right, but this is more vindication. Which is another reason why if you have to not say stuff that's outside of like the common perception of stuff, because you're not going to be vindicating as many people with obvious stuff. So it's remarkably easy to cash in on completely moronic human behaviour, and I think some people do it on purpose, and I think a lot of people don't realise it. That's what they're doing. Like, they're patting themselves on the back. Well, they're making money, so I guess if you're making money, that's good for a lot of people.
Car on your left, clear.
The thing is, views aren't really that important. I mean, they are for ad revenue, but the main thing that you really want is like, and even subscribers, it doesn't really matter. The thing that really matters is actually just doing stuff that's valuable, actually valuable. Well, I don't know. Not. It depends. In a capitalist society, doing stuff that's financially valuable will get you a long way. But yeah.
Let's go. The leader is running 13.
I really appreciate the guy that removed my rear wing because it's made the last 6 laps really fun. Fortunately, this track doesn't seem to require any downforce. Yeah, but yeah, that's it. There's stuff that people will Google.
You got about 5 laps of fuel left.
I guess that's fair enough. It's information. If it's useful to people, that's fine, isn't it? I mean, if you really wanted to make a lot of money and be like crazy successful YouTuber, you have to create a cult of personality, which requires you to be a bit of an arse. It requires you to be quite manipulative, ideally unintentionally manipulative. But it pretty much requires you to be manipulative. So, it's just how it is. But I think a lot of people want to be manipulated, and then you could argue, well, if they enjoy it, if they're having fun and it's not really doing any harm, does it really matter that they're being manipulated? So, not all manipulation is necessarily negative. Wow, all subscribers of this channel are people that got lost on the internet. Mostly elderly people. Drunks, elderly. It's amazing how many misclicks people have. I'm here to take advantage of it. Can't be harmed, he's got no nose.
Left side, still there. Clear on the left.
That's well funny. This is the misclick zone. Well, that was terrible, but we got 8th. So, it was awful. I'm never doing this again. What a terrible car track combo.
Chicken flag, chicken flag.
Well, you could do that now, BRT, if you want to.
Very good job.
There's no point. There's no time like the present, and you will have had reasons why you didn't do it in the past. So, in 5 years' time, you could go, "Oh, I should have done more now." You can say that about any point in time. There's no point even thinking about the past, because if I did, I'd cry from all the regrets. So don't think about it. Just it's already happened. It's done. This is like a Formula Ford, but a Formula F3 Ford. With the rear missing. Oh, I have an even bigger stash. Every year we buy like a crate of condoms. I actually have a few in a backpack. Not for romancing, but for waterproofing camera equipment. It's a pro tip. A pro tip. I mean, worst case, if you're lucky, I mean, you then it's bonus, but it's really good for keeping stuff dry. Surprisingly, you put a lot in a condom as well. This is a new low downforce setup. Right, let's have a look at this. Well, I think BRT, that's basically the case with a lot of stuff. This is a thing that a lot of people underestimate with wealthy people, is that if you don't need to make money out of something, so you don't have the pressure of having to make money out of it, it means that you don't fixate on having to make money out of the thing, which then means you're more likely to fixate on the intrinsic qualities or like reported qualities that actually add value. So it depends. Obviously, some things it makes sense to, if like for making money out of stuff, it makes sense to do market research, and some things we're market driven and data driven. So it's going to depend from thing to thing. But especially for like a lot of art or creative projects and things, or a lot of entertainment, in many ways, not in all ways, but in many ways, not being hyper fixated on money or having that absolute money pressure makes it more likely that someone will make money. Well, what were they doing? Yeah, so this is the thing that people really underestimate with, like, when you've got kids that have got wealthy parents and they've gone to private school and stuff, or they're doing go-karting and they're from a really wealthy family, or they're doing business and they don't need to do a business deal that day or that week. Like, they're not desperate for projects. It means they can wait and pick the projects that come up that are actually more valuable projects, or that, or they don't have to like take whatever they can get. If you're not starving and you're fishing, you could throw small fish back in the river, in the sea, and keep fishing until you caught a larger fish. Rather than, I've caught a small fish, I need to go back to the camp and eat that fish because I'm starving to death, so I need to eat it right away, thus losing out on the opportunity of catching a bigger fish. I think that's part of what's going on there. But the thing is, a lot of people really underestimate the power of that, and also the confidence. If you're someone that's like really needing to make money out of stuff, you're going to have like an air of desperation about you. In business, especially if you're younger as well, and you're also going to have like an air. You'll feel like you need to prove yourself, because you won't know yourself if you can make money, or do you know what I mean? So, which then reflects negatively, looks less confident and makes you look less competent than someone that's like got a general sense of confidence about them, or just seems relaxed, or doesn't seem pressured that they need to make money. And that's such a huge advantage, like huge advantage, to the point where someone could be completely shit at what they do. Generally speaking, they could be absolutely shit compared to someone that's actually really quite good. But from an external perspective, someone would look at them and they go, "Oh, from what I can see, this other person seems like they're in a good position to be able to do a better job with this project, so we'll go with them." Which is how people like Boris Johnson get into government. So, yeah, which is fine, but it's weird that more people don't talk about it. And this is also why, if you look at really wealthy people, look at like race drivers, look at their faces. They have like what I would describe as like rich face. Not all of them, because a lot of them aren't like this. But like, when you see like Game of Thrones kings, Like that sort of ingrained self-assuredness, non-emotive self-assuredness, and it's something that you notice from people that have gone to like private school and been like, you know. No, you can't. You shouldn't judge people by how they look. But you will notice a pattern of like that type. There's a sort of behavioural pattern that comes with having never had to have a concern for making any money. And I don't think it's, some people they can grow up a bit like have wealth and everything and actually be okay. You know, you do get actually rounded people that are considerate. You know, so you can also get people that don't, that are considerate or dickheads either way. So you know, it's stupid to apply a rule to everyone. But you know, there is definitely rich, like Game of Thrones king face. This race. So let's have a look at the first lap. If I have children, they're gonna have rich face. they'll all have rich face. No, actually, if they do, and then I'll drop them. I'll take them in there. I'll go, oh, kids, we're going on a helicopter ride, and they'll be like, oh, Daddy, that's so good. I'm so excited. And then I'll be like, ha, tricked you, and I'll drop them into the Amazon rainforest, and I'll say, you've got to survive. And they're like, but Daddy, we're only 8 years old. I'll be like, tough shit. You need to learn some survival skills, you shits. That's how I teach them. And they don't even get a parachute. They just get pushed out of the helicopter into the jungle canopy. That's how you raise strong children. Right, look at this. This was high quality racing. Oh, look at that. Oh dear. How did they crash? Let's see. Did he slip? Do you think? Did he think he slipped a little bit? Okay, I'll have a look at it later, Shumi. And now I'm gonna be like Bernie Eccleston. I'll have children when I'm 50, 60, 70. Oh, he just drove into him. But what was he doing? Boing. What was he doing? Oh, I've ruined it again. Keep clicking the wrong button. Oh, this messes up. Oh, here we go. No. What was he doing? Yeah, I become a professional fisherman. What's going on here? Bonk. Crunch. Launch. Oh dear, look at this. What a disaster. What an absolute disaster. That is iRacing. Oh no, my streaming PC's Stream Deck stopped working. Why has that happened? I've been Stream Decked. My stream PC might be melting. Oh, there we go. We're back. Well, that was fun. That was fun. What should we do now? I don't know if anyone's awake for AC. I might need to make the other half of the pizza. I could do some cable tidying actually. That'd be fun. I get well excited by cable tidying. Right. Right. iRacing puts everyone to sleep. It's really weird. Hang on, we just gained shitloads of safety rating from that. How many exits did we have? Oh, just 4. I guess it's a lot of corners. It's random. Yeah, iRacing. You get good viewer numbers, generally speaking, considering you're just driving shit cars around. But nobody. I don't know what goes on with iRacing. Maybe it's like view botting. Every 5 tech cables tidied, you eat a slice of pizza. I cut a pizza in half though, so technically that's just a slice. How big is a pizza slice? Because you get those giant pizza slices that are the size of a bloody pizza in America. Let's see what he says here. The size of a pizza slice can vary widely. Standard large pizza, 14 inches diameter, cut into 8 slices. Each slice would be 7 inches long from crust to tip and 3 to 4 inches wide. A medium pizza, a personal pizza, 10 inches. Each slice would be 5 inches long and 2.5 inches wide. What kind of slice is that? Here we go. New York style pizza. 16 to 18 inch pizza. Usually cut into 8 slices. Here we go. Each slice can be 8 to 9 inches long and 5 inches wide. How much is a slice of New York style pizza? Here we go. Average costs of a New York. Here we go. Basic cheese pizza. $4. Well, actually, how much is $4? Average price $3 for a slice. That's pretty good. Because a dollar's like. How much is a dollar? Oh, I mean, how much spending power does it have? 75p per dollar. How much? How does it work in America? Like, how much spending power does a dollar have compared to a pound? I noticed this when I was in America. The prices of like stuff seemed weirdly priced. Yeah, £7 though. That's like $14, right? So, how do you define spending power? Okay. Right, I've asked it to define the spending power of a pound versus the dollar. Okay, it thinks that a pound has 133% the spending power of a dollar. However, well, it's just done the exchange rate. That's not useful. I wanted it to consider the actual. A typical large cheese pizza in New York can cost $16 to $20. A London pizza for similar is £12 to £15. Therefore, the price of a similarly type of cheese pizza in New York and London are quite comparable. Well, there you go. There's no pizza disparity. Mischievous Marcio, I would say since the US dollar is a commodity, it's the relation to it compared to other currencies. Well, it seems, the thing is, it seems like the pound and the dollar are pretty similar. Yeah, we could just use pizza, and then you'd have an edible currency. Sure, it goes off, but in the time whilst it's warm, it's a pretty good currency. Yeah, I test different equipment. We'll swap stuff over. I need some food. I wasn't feeling too well these last few days, so that's why I've been doing more iRacing live streaming. Just taking it easy. iRacing's oddly easy going to drive. It's like physically very low effort. Mentally it's bloody taxing. But physically, iRacing is probably the least physical driving simulator out there. Which is weird, actually. It's weird how that works out. That's a video. Which racing simulator, the most physically difficult to easiest? I think AC1's the most physical. Mind you can play AC1 with no force feedback and drive it like iRacing, which I was doing last night. I was setting up monitors, so I was and I didn't have the force feedback turned on, and I just kept loading into the game and doing a lap with no force feedback. And if you drive, you could approach it like iRacing, where you'd basically just go into a corner, turn the wheel a set degree, wait for the fronts to stop understeering so they bite in.
The pace car is out of control.
and then use the brake and the accelerator to rotate the car. Yeah, AC encourages you to drift and balance. Thanks, Cody West to be good. Wants to be good. I might do some cable tidying for a bit. It's a bit of a mess down here. It'd be nice if I tidy it up. But no, it's a good comment, I think. I agree with them. Your accent makes me want to have a breakdown as well. How good is that? I bet one of them finishes with, I bet he smells. Oh, I don't know. What's this one? He's always been a tool, in my opinion, and doesn't deserve the energy required to click on him. All that energy. But that's what he's saying, isn't it? It doesn't take much energy to click, but I don't even deserve that small amount of click energy. But he has pointed out that it does take a degree of energy to click on something, but it's not worth the click energy. I always quantify everything in click energy myself. But ironically, he's written that comment and there's more than like one key in that, so he's actually counteracted his point by clicking multiple times on his keyboard. So he's demonstrated that though at one level he's come to the conclusion we're not worth the click energy, he has clicked multiple times and expended many multiples of click energy to write that comment. He's just a talentless, fat, balding, middle-aged man trying to stay relevant. Being outlandish, I am really outlandish, and rude is his grift. Betty smells. Betty smells. That was good because the comment was getting boring, wasn't it? And then they rounded it off. The last part really that was the finishing blow. I like that one. Betty smells. I just really why is that what would be the first thing that you've come into your head? You're like, I don't like this person. I bet they smell. I bet they smell. I bet they smell. Oh dear. First video I saw, he was speaking with his mouth full of spaghetti. Was a good start. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I like these comments. Yeah, it's really good. It's quite rare for good comments because a lot of them are just people they just say something that's like really contradictory or just demonstrates that they didn't understand anything. So it's not even like a good, it's weird. Like there's a sweet spot between someone that's annoyed and they want to convey that, and then them trying to be creative in trying to like put you down. Hearing this guy talk about car physics is like asking a plumber for medical advice. Little does he know that many plumbers are actually also doctors. Oh, I'll give you some wireless action here. Yeah, you could argue that doctoring is a form of plumbing. Just gonna plug a different camera in. Oh, we're knocking stuff over. See if this works. Probably won't, but might do. Getting a separate USB card was a good idea. The organs in your body didn't happen by chance, they happened through evolution, which is not quite chance. That's lots of small adaptations over hundreds of thousands of years, well, millions of years. That's different from chance. That's like saying the Grand Canyon happened by chance. Well, it did in a sense, but it's more that the water eroded the sand over millions of years, taking the easiest path that then creates channels, that then creates what looks like a very complex arrangement of geography. Hello, Brandon Lee. Are the bots really polite? Just very polite. I'm surprised that worked. It's very sensitive. Tidy stream. Always time to tidy. There we got more cables. Is that even bigger? I don't think it is. Oh, it is. But not by much. It's kind of pointless. Oh well. Right. It always gets messy in here. It's always a mess. Right, I'll be back in a second, guys. Hello. Ooh. How have we still got 70 people watching? Just disappear casually for 15 minutes. Ah, dear. I could just die off camera and the stream would keep going. We'd be like, oh well, it's better this way. This is surprisingly good live stream. It's nice when he's not there. Oh dear. Your face is muted. I didn't feel very well, so I was grabbing some stuff. I was searching for some things, and I sat down for a minute. Yeah, I should have gone to Lidl. And I need like a new box for stuff. Let's just put stuff in here for now. Most adventurous thing happening today. It's hard to beat. Well, I only use the middle screen, and it's not actually that far. It's I don't know. It won't look. This won't look right, but it's not actually. Oh no! I knew this would happen. Knew this would happen. Why did I move it? It's what I get for trying to show you guys. It's what I get for trying. Yeah, it's quite a big screen. Fix this. Oh, look what you made happen, guys. I can't believe you've done this. Yeah, well, let's not move that camera because the USB cable's a bit rubbish. What have I done? What have you done? It's all your fault. Guilty. I have too many cables. I really need to go. Those boxes that are over there, these all need sorting through. can't believe you've done this. You just random, are you still there? But how many cables do you have? Do you just have like boxes full of shit? Like it just adds up. I need a room that's twice as big, basically. Yeah, I think we could have at least 10. Why stop at 5? Bloody hell, everything. It's a bit bright in the face. Well, given UK house prices and how stupid it is, presumably it actually becomes quite cost effective to dig under houses. I mean, I know that's a lot of people do that in London. They just... Have some pizza. Is that for that's for dead bodies though, right? Looks like my SimRace caught on fire. I think buying VR headsets is like a weird condition that people have. They're like, oh, that VR headset looks like it'll be better than the last one. Great start. Who's just a talentless, fat, balding... Excuse me. That's when you're a proper elite gamer. When you don't use triples. Hearing this guy talk about car physics is like asking a plumber for medical advice. I ask plumbers for medical advice. Right now I'm eating pizza. I'm trying to sort out some cable tidying. I need to work out how you set up these smart plugs. Oh, how does this work? Oh no, I have to get details. Oh, apparently this worked. Oh! Okay. There's a whole bunch of stuff plugged into that. Whoops! Oh no. That's not the one I was expecting to turn on and off. Since when did I plug that into that? Okay. Oh, here we go. I'm setting up smart plugs. Now, then I can be really lazy. We don't have to use light switches. This is peak laziness. Perfect. You ready for this, guys? You ready for this? The power. The power. Ah. We don't need light switches anymore. Right. This is so I can control all my studio lights remotely. Hello, VR Hot Laps. How's it going, man? Spectacular. I know. That's really, we don't have hover cars, but we do have remote light switches, so we can't complain. I'm alright, yeah. Feeling a bit weird recently, but I'm alright. Oh no. Did that just turn off both monitors as well? I don't think they're the flying cars we really thought of. They're like fake flying cars. Right, let's add this one. You're decorating the spare room, ready for it to be a sim racing room. Oh, nice. What on earth? This is working and now it's not.
Why is the middle screen not working? Ah, that's weird. That's really weird. Ah, maybe it's lost the source. Nope. Need to reboot this PC. Sail away, sail away. We still got audio here. NASA simulator. Right, there we go. This has got to add this one. This is awesome. Now I can control my lights remotely without having to mess around with the remote, which was remote, but you know, now it's even more remote. Oh, look at the power. We just need to get the Alexa on it as well. Don't know how we do that. Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? That was the like the dream in the 90s. Have you seen those those systems? They look really dated now. It's really funny. Some of the houses that have like that full on, the sort of late 80s, early 90s automated house, like everything was computer controlled. Well, that's something off the tick list. Regardless of price, probably Quest 3 because it's just convenient. You can't buy better VR, unfortunately. Quest 3 ends up winning out. Just because a lot of it is down to software support rather than other stuff. To have this tripod, we've got this slider which is really handy, but I never use it. It's good for filming stuff though. But then I don't know where to bloody put it. I mean, it just gets in the way down here. We end up just playing Where Can We Hide Stuff, the game. And then, where can it be hidden? Let's try and hide it in a cupboard. Yeah, we could put. It's like that tidy up game, you know, that mobile game. I just need this. If this room was like 3 square meters bigger, or I didn't have anything in it, it'd be fine. Get the lube. No, it won't fit in there. That's what she said. I could have a fish on the slider, sliding backwards and forwards. That'd be quite funny. If we had the fish on this, just going forwards and backwards, shall we do it? The fish could just be moving in the background. That is a genius idea. That's bloody clever idea. I'm sorry. That's innovation at its finest. The problem is I don't have a wall plug for it. The battery would run out. I can actually though hide it behind this sign. That's a good idea. Maybe not. Maybe it wasn't a good idea. Got ahead of myself there. Yeah, the problem is shelves kind of stick out. It's more that I just need to. I need to box more stuff up out of the way. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, we could hang off the ceiling that you can't see here. We could have like a net with fish in it. I did actually want to attach this slider to the ceiling here, and then have a camera that was on the ceiling. But the ceiling's already so low, and this isn't the most solid of wood, so. It wouldn't really be the best idea. I think I'm just gonna take some of this stuff up for now. We could probably put some more stuff in the loft actually. How many keyboards do you guys have? I think I have like 15. I could open a bloody keyboard museum. Just one? Don't you like... What if you get like you need another one? Let's moisturise. Oh no, too much moisture. Oh, it smells good though. Oh, it smells well good. Bloody Betty Smells comment, yeah, of moisturiser. Why? I noticed that other guys don't seem to moisturise that much. I'm perpetually moisturising. You have to be moist, come on. I think a lot of people don't appreciate the value of being moist. Moist. Moisturiser? Hardly knew her. Oh dear. But Swolio's book, where do we put this? It's an advert for you guys. If you want to learn how to race drive, you can put this on your head for knowledge. This is where I've got most of my race talent from. This is me learning. I'm studying the knowledge of Swolio. I'm pretty sure this is how it works. That's already 2/10 faster, that. That's I've already gained. That's at least a 10th. Well, I'm glad these plugs work. I've had these for like 2 months and I couldn't get them to connect to the network for some reason. But then today they've just randomly worked. That's weird. Drivel? Have you know this is premium sim talk here? Bloody drivel. Oh, that's so nice. Aircon in the face. I think that's the thing with the UK. When it's warm, it's really humid. Humid. C'est humide. Ow. How many tripods have you guys got? This is another problem I have. I've tried to keep it down to like 3. These are good though. Velbon video tripod. As you can see, it works totally smooth. It needs lubricating. That's what she said. Oh, it's never ending. That's what she said it has infinite utility. That's what she said. Yeah, I've got nowhere to hide this. There's nowhere I can put it without being able to see it. That's what she said. Bloody hell, tripod's drunk. What are you doing? Right, let's take this up. Oh, nice heavy box. Your mum has a heavy box. Right. Oh, there's even more. There's another screen down here. Look. You need all the screen. Like when you can never have too many screens, is what I say. Really useful. This smells nice. That's weird. Not evaporating. Ow. Weird, I've had this reed diffuser for ages and it's not diffusing. It smells good though. What smell is it? Leather and cedar. It's good. Put this up here. That smells well good. Who doesn't like a good smell? I was just having a breakfast bar. Oh, who's playing? Are they playing now? Austria or Turkey? Oh, I don't know. I don't know actually. Both seem like quite small. Normally I'll pick the underdog, but they both seem like quite small countries, so it's hard to arbitrarily pick one. Oh, okay, doner kebab, yeah, probably Turkey. Turkey wins. The home of the kebab. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. I apologise to all kebab eaters out there for my for my transgression on kebab kind. It's a good point. How can you not support the kebab, the country of the kebab? I'm such a noob. Ah. Alright, let's do some cable tidying. Whoops. Ah, of course. This cable's shit. How did I end up doing this so tight? Couldn't do that if I tried. Eh. Surely Austria are really fit and healthy because they have to walk up hills all the time. So surely that gives them. Also, shouldn't they have like bigger lung capacity? Here we go. Sorting out cables and stuff. I really don't want to cut my hand on these scissors. Oh. It's his natural habitat. The habitat of cables. You'll always have one cable that's just too tight. My back hates me doing stuff like this. My back's just like, please stop. Stop, gamer muscle, stop. Oh my god. Oh, it's better. Oh my god, I'm well dizzy. That's a lot tidier. I was thinking it'd be good to use T-slot to mount one of the cameras to the rig. Hello, Petmar. Rather than using the tripod. I'm just cable tidying. Right. This could work actually as a good additional camera. Keeping this cable here. I need to cable tie to the PC cable still, but yeah, I think it'll be good. So it'll be interesting. I'm cautiously, cautiously optimistic. I think that's how you have to be, isn't it? Cautiously optimistic's the way to go. Oh, how good is this? Well, we need to put mini muscle here. These are available from SimStars. Mini muscle. Hello. If you want to get a mini muscle. We could have mini muscle on the wheel, but I'm sure I'd snap it. Okay. We could do some AC if you guys want to. I'll have to make a cup of tea though. Well, every day cable tidying is an improvement. I kind of feel like this rig is better when it's white back here. So I think yeah, I might mount another camera. On the rig, possibly. I don't stay focused, do I? that's the thing. I'm normally reading the chat room. I think when you do if you do sim racing as a live streamer, you're really not concentrating on the driving. I mean, that's part of it, but it's not the main focus. You can buy them from the Housing Veld website. Well, at least you used to be able to. I think you can still. Right. Ordered a new PC. Oh, nice. What did you get? PC hype. Well, nice when you get a new PC. It's quite fun building PCs now because they're not too hard to build. Ow. See how this works. Oi. That's not too bad actually, having this camera here, because it blocks, the camera blocks the screen a bit, which you don't really want. It blocks the screen that I'm driving with. That's pretty good. Have two cameras. Yeah, I know. Does he know he's live? Hello, Yoko. Yeah, just setting up stuff. Might be better having that cam separate though, because but then I have to put on a tripod. Yeah, I think I'll use a tripod. But at least it can go there if it has to, so it's good to know. Maybe attaching it to the keyboard tray could work well. Well, it's an idea for another time. Oh, I've got tea here that I forgot about. Right, this looks terrible with these black things here. Let's put these over here. Okay. I'm not AFK, I'm here. We've been tidying. Right, let me plug the headset mic back in.
Okay. What should we do? What do we do?
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. Don't know. It's like maybe 2 hours. Yeah, it just keeps getting neater every stream. every stream we do more tidying. That's the focus of this is tidying, not driving. Super Formula Lights are at Silverstone in 3 minutes. Let's do that. That'll be good to get going again. This will be total carnage. Here we go. This will be a disaster. I'm using a 3080 Ti. X3D chip.
This video is sponsored by the 3DFX Voodoo 2 graphics card. 8 megabytes of RAM, 100 megahertz of processing power, 800 by 600 maximum supported resolution, SLI for double the speed. Your PC won't ever need more power. The Voodoo 2! No longer available.
That's what I'm using. Why is it fogging? Ah, it's raining. Oh no, this is gonna be terrible.
Stefan. Yeah. Right. Amazing. I think we've got everything working.
You're on a dry tyre.
Is the track still wet? Lightly wet. And did I pick a wet tyre? Was it? Yeah. Oh my god. Lightly, like, what have they done with this game? Lightly wet equals absolutely monsoon.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
I do streaming full time. Well, videos, YouTube.
One more lap.
Dear.
Alright, there's the checkered flag.
Right. Could have done a better job with the graphics on low qualities, couldn't they?
The estimated SOF is 2,635.
Let's see how this goes.
Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
Probably gonna be a wreck fest.
Half the field is on the grid.
There's no way that this is going to go cleanly.
5 cars left to grid.
Top 3 is feeling ballsy.
Green, green, green. Car right. Still there. Clear on the right. Got a slow car on the right.
Brakes,
Got
brakes,
a slow
man.
car on the right. Left side, go left. Still there. We're on the right. 3 wide. Left side, 2 wide. Still there.
Yeah, sorry for
Still there. Hold your line. There's an incident behind you. Still there.
Oh, what are you doing?
Clear on the left.
Jesus Christ, people drive like drunks in this. Thanks for subscribing.
Car on your left. Clear on the left. You got a slow car on the left. You got a slow car on the left. left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left. Car right, still there, hold your line. Still there. Clear on the right. Car right. Clear.
This yellow car's going to wreck me. For sure.
Car right. Clear, right side. Still there, hold your line. Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
Guarantee this yellow car's going to wreck me.
Whoa, sorry, man. That was my bad.
I just, you know, like, honestly, it's impossible to play this game. You can tell who's going to wreck you 5 laps before, and if you race, they wreck you. If you, it's such a shit game for racing. Because what the choice is, I stop driving and just let him go past. Okay, well that's fun, isn't it? Because I was faster than him. It's so stupid. He went for a send up the inside as if the track was dry.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 57.458. It's now a dry session. Car 15 is now leading.
It's so dumb, and you can tell who's going to do it, and what, you know, it's so obvious. And the choice is pull over and let them pass you, otherwise they'll wreck you, and just don't race. That's or get wrecked. That's it. That is it. That's the choice. Or hot lap and don't race anyone. That is iRacing. It's so dumb, because it could be fun. It could be fun if they fixed the time on all the netcode and they moderated it. Oh dear. It's constant. I think just about every race today, we've had just someone outright drive into us in a moronic way. Or they've lost it due to like the tyres getting stuck over the limit. And so a whole bunch of people have crashed into us or in front of us. But it is what it is. It'd be nice if the thing is, if the tyres were controllable properly over the limit, when people were doing stupid moves on you, you would be able to move out of the way and then catch and hold the slip and avoid it more. but you're hostage to the trajectory that you're initially taking when going into the corner. So when you have less ability to avoid people as well when they do something dumb. You can't suddenly snap throw your car, and there's so much network smoothing as well that I probably won't do anything. So it's like really dumb.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
Seem to have managed to not get much damage from that though, which is weird. I guess I did move to the left a bit, so we did manage to half avoid it. Yeah, I mean the smoothing is actually, it's not a bad idea, to be honest. I don't necessarily disagree with the implementation of having a lot of smoothing, but if you do a lot of smoothing, you then need to reduce car damage from contacts, and you also need to reduce the force from one car to a car. Otherwise you get like really weird crashes all the time. Pagana, well, it's the same with everything. It's just that Formula cars have more racing. You're closer to cars, so it magnifies the issues. That's all.
For opportunity, the car in P1.
I always used to.
55.614.
Yeah, it's like in every car. We've just been driving LMP2, but you get more the more racing, as you'd expect, the more problems there are. That's going to be the case, whatever. But yeah, we do a lot of. I used to play Live for Speed a lot with Formula cars, and we do a lot of Formula 3 in AC, you know. And not really, Pagana. I've raced every car in iRacing. I've got thousands of hours of playing iRacing. Now I've probably played more iRacing than you. I've had an account since 2007. F4 has a lot of bandits that do a lot of crashing, but I'm saying it's to do with how the cars react from contacts. You should be able to drive aggressively. That's race driving. It's just that these are more responsive vehicles. So yeah, if you're driving like a slow motion tank that's a GT3 car, there's less racing. So everything's so slow in GT cars, it's insane. I mean, these are slow cars, really.
You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 2.7 seconds.
You get more netcode issues with Formula cars because they can turn left and right faster.
The leader consider 55.592.
And well, also the wheels overlap as well.
Just set the fastest lap. 55.176.
And you're more likely to get three wide situations. I think F4 used to be particularly bad due to the amount of draft it had. But I think that's quite fun, but that used to cause a lot of crashes. And there was there are a lot of like go-kart kids doing F4 that drive the sim as if it's real-wheel go-karting, and so obviously it breaks.
Just set your fastest lap of the session. There's an incident ahead. You got a slow car on the left.
Yeah, so the thing is, in real life racing, you can have very similar situations to iRacing in terms of car contact, but it's not the default. So you get a lot of contact in real world, like F4, MX5, loads of stuff, and it's surprising how much contact they can have. In Formula 1, you even have full on wheels pushing against each other, nose cones getting damaged and stuff, and the cars keep going. People like literally banging into the side pods. And in iRacing, pretty much all the time, any mild contact is like cars go absolutely flying or get tangled together, because it's like they're trying to do realistic car contacts with half a second of delay and smoothing. Sim vacuum is where it's at. R-Factor 2 Formula cars operate end up with a lot more realistic contacts, so it can be done. It's not like it's impossible. Also, if you play iRacing against AI, if you play iRacing on low network on a LAN or something, you'll notice that the car contacts actually work properly because it doesn't have to do as much smoothing, and you can actually have really aggressive contacts without flying off the track. So it's pretty much a result of the amount of network smoothing and how that affects the cars. So it's something they can fix by reducing how much it is, because it's obviously from the networking. But you know, oh well. I mean, it took them 4 years to make the grass more grippy, which they only did because they were adding the rain to it. 4 years of saying, guys, gravel and grass should maybe not be like literal ice. Oh, jeez. What can you do? iRacing's its own private golf club. Isuba, well, you could do that, but you don't. They don't need to. They really don't need to. The smoothing works fine. You just reduce the say the contact damage and the amount of force imparted through contact. And I wouldn't expect that type of system to be instantly developed. I imagine it's probably quite complex. I imagine they've probably got some convoluted way of currently doing it. But, you know, let's say before you put rain in a simulator, I think car contacts and tyre models you would think would be pretty, you know, before you make a track horrendously slippy and variable, you think realistic tyre models and car contacts would come first. But what do I know? I'm just some bold idiot. Yeah, also, yeah, it's not just raw ping, it's to do with consistency of network connection as well. But, as I say, there's always going to be problems on the internet. As a result, you have to reduce car contacts and the amount of damage that you get from online contacts. That's the only way to make it more realistic. It's never going to be perfect. You can't pretend it is perfect, though. The way iRacing works at the moment is loads of smoothing and then all the same rules, basically, as if there was no such thing as ping. So, you know what I mean? But it's alright, I've said this stuff for like 4 years now, and it's not changed, so it's never going to change. Hello, Kirith, how's it going, man? yeah, there's nothing you can do about late and drop packets, but what you can do is, as a developer, you know that online is mental, and you then go, okay, given that we're in an environment where there are late and drop packets and we use a lot of smoothing, should we keep it so that contacts are completely literal for what the server's getting from the client, or should we go, look, we can't actually do this properly, so we need to compromise? You know? What's the news, Kirith? Breaking news from Kirith land. He always has the news.
52.965.
As I say, it's not even me being hypothetical. So when it comes to game design, if you're doing game design documents, you can come up with hypotheticals of ways to do things that might be right, and you know, you might go, right, we need to do some R&D, we can try this out. Okay, but if you're doing games design and you have another bloody game that's been out for 15 years, yeah, like 10 years, that's been doing it better, then you go, how is that other game implementing it? Do you know what I mean? So as a game designer, you would go, okay, here's an example of other games that already do this technical thing. How are they doing it? Right, we need to do that and innovate on it. You don't just keep doing the same way of doing it that doesn't work. Fair enough, when you're first doing a game, you know, fair enough, it takes time. iRacing is like 20 years, it came out in like 2007, so it's almost 20 years old. And it's had the exact same issues from launch, so the player base, though, just I don't know what's wrong with them. They're all just
White flag, stay smooth.
They should all be going mental on the forums and saying exactly what I'm saying, which is really obvious game design stuff. But they don't, and they won't, because it's you know, I don't know what it is with sim races. It's something stupid with them. Yeah, Jack Harris. It'd be nice if they fix. Yeah, if they do the tire. I keep saying this every live stream. I know it's a bit boring, but if they address that tire model thing, it will be so much better to drive. It'll be so much more fun to drive, so much more realistic to race. Like it is. I know I go on about it every time we stream, but it's one of the most mental things in gaming, in simulation, that you have a driving simulator with loads of driver coaches, driver training, people buying setups, everybody taking it seriously, and it doesn't allow you to counter-steer in a natural way, and the cars don't do combined slip properly, and you can't brake at the limit properly, because if you lock up it gets messed up unless your brake bias is too far forwards, and you can't counter-steer properly. You're better off pushing the brake and the accelerator rather than counter-steering properly, and you have to always drive preemptively. It's crazy. It's a fun game to play still. It's not even esports level, Jack. It's at the base level of driving. It's at the basic level of driving, because as soon as you go through a corner, if you overdrive slightly, you get stuck in a slide, which is, if you're learning to drive and if you're driving a track, especially if it's a wet track, guess what's going to happen? You're going to go too fast through the corner. You're going to need to make a correction. Also, basic driving, absolute basic driving, sometimes you purposefully throw the car into a corner to take a tighter angle. Like, yeah, even the technique of going through the corners, as you're pointing out, Jack, as you brake, the tyres start getting warmer and warmer. So I noticed in F4, there's a... What do you mean my mic's terrible? It's probably just... there you go. Even if you're doing F4, you get this thing where you need to brake in a straight line, and then if you come off it, then the grip then returns more to the tyre to then allow you to turn more. Like, I don't know why that's not a bigger thing for people. Well, you get all these people going, oh, in ACC you can't brake properly. And it's like, in iRacing, the tyre grip disappears as the tyres warm up, to the point where you have to approach braking in a super unnatural way in like the Formula cars. Yeah. But, I mean, to be fair, at the really, really high esports level, it's quite tricky and difficult to get stuff perfect anyway. So, but I just think it's really strange. Great, iRacing's a great game. You can have a lot of fun playing it. You know, it's really strange to me, the bizarre land of driver coaching, taking it seriously, selling setups. It's a real simulator. Nobody in the industry is using iRacing to properly train real drivers, like as a full-on direct simulator. Barely anybody's using it. It's great. Like Gran Turismo is great for racecraft. iRacing is great for racecraft. You can still use it to refine. Ironically, the worst physics make it a better training tool in some ways, because it makes you hyper focus on pedal input and car position and things. So. It's still great as a training tool. Like a reaction wall isn't doing anything directly. It's great as to get you to respond to stuff. So that's fine. It's just why is it seemingly only me out of like all the big streamers, out of people that play it, that are like directly honest about, like publicly honest? Why is it only me that seemingly like says this as clearly? What is it? Could it be to do with some like money, maybe a little bit? Could it be that if you confirmation bias a popular game and its audience, and you're not too critical of a popular thing, could it be that you can monetize them better? Could it be that that's what most YouTubers and streamers do that play various games? They won't ever criticize the thing direct. No, we're back now. We got cancelled by Big iRacing. Big iRacing took me down. Big iRacing, you got to be careful what you say, guys. Leo, I don't hate iRacing. I enjoy a lot of I enjoy the racing on it, and I like the camera. I like how it generally runs. So I wouldn't play it at all if I didn't enjoy it. So, for example, I don't enjoy ACC, so I don't play it. I really don't enjoy it. So I wouldn't play it if I didn't enjoy it at all. I'm only bother complaining about something if I actually enjoy it. I played ACC for a bit. I pointed out the force feedback issues, got so much shit from them, and then I was just like, well, I just don't enjoy it, so not playing it. It's that simple. The reason I get bothered with the reason with iRacing, Simon, I actually enjoy it, parts of it. Thank you very much, Simon. Appreciate that.
T-Fund.
What's the Kirith news then? What's happened? Who's he murdered? Oh, let's have a look. The guy apologised to us that drove into us. I don't know why he went for the send, but he did say, he said sorry. So he was like, oh, look, he typed in chat. He thinks I'm going to report him. That was on me. No excuses. Sorry, man. Guess a report will be in order. I'm not going to report him. Oh, dear. iRacing is so weird. What do we do now? So no one's in the Skip Barber, which is a shame. Yeah, it's weird with the ACC force feedback thing, because when it first came out and I was playing it, and I was like, guys, this is messed up. There's no dynamic range at the limit. You know you can't feel the front end at all, and I got so much shit from people. And they're adamant. They're totally adamant. They're like, oh no, it's fine. No, it's your wheel. It's your settings. It's like I've got 10DD wheels, guys. I spent hours doing settings. Do you not think that I might be the type of person that would know? Do you know what I mean? It's like, do you not? Okay, yeah, right, yeah, okay. I got the settings wrong in that game. I think they added like more suspension compression feel, and I think the cars were a little bit less prone to getting stuck in the passenger slides that they had. I mean, ACC's always been easy to drive though.
Come on, ladies, come on, ladies.
£1 fish.
Come on, ladies, come on, ladies. £1 fish. £1 fish. Have a look.
£1 fish.
Have a look.
£1 fish.
Very, very good.
£1 fish.
Very, very cheap.
£1 fish. It's gonna be interesting to see what the new AC's like. Hopefully, it's good. Is it though, Jack? This is the thing. If you actually drive the F3 car and you drive the old Radical, yeah, they're weird, but even though they're more abrupt in where the grip just disappears, at least they're like precise. They're not like the new stuff is like super floaty. It's like weirdly floaty, but still fundamentally has the same physics issue. It's just masked. Oh well. Oh wow.
The pace car is out of control.
Well, yeah. I mean, the F1 game's a whole different thing, though. Like, I don't even know what they're like. Someone trying to do Formula Cars in Codemasters physics engine without the. I don't know what the F1 game's like. Just a bit weird. Like, if you want to compare physics in Sims, just play Automobilista 1, which is like 20 years old. Play R Factor 1 Formula Cars and see what they're like, and be like, oh, hang on a minute. That's the depressing thing. If you've been sim racing for a long time, like me, if you've been sim racing for a long time, and you're like, why on earth is the Codemasters F1 game driving worse than R Factor 1 that was programmed by like 3 people for 20 years ago? Why is Dirt Rally arguably worse in many ways than Richard Burns Rally, which is made by like 15 people? Or like, oh dear. But it is what it is. It is what it is, you know. And to be honest, developers are better off making worse games, because the worse a sim or racing game is, the more it sells. So, like, the F1 games are some of the most popular games out there. Euro Truck Sim. But yeah, Codemasters is kind of stuck with what they've always been, because every year it'll be like, oh well, we need to. A year sounds like a long time, but in game development terms, a year is actually more like 4 months, because you'll have like 4 months to do something slightly new, and then 4 months to fix what those new things did that broke the game, and then you're left with no time. That's it. You know, that's it. So ideally, what you'd really want with something like the Codemasters games is you'd want them to be have a department that's developing like the Formula 1 thing yearly, and then have a separate research division that was working on a different, like on a game engine and underlying new tech and everything all together. And the idea is that like every 5-6 years, 10 years or whatever, every 5 or 6 years, for example, you then merge the stuff together. Yeah, for the F1 games, yeah. But then EA is mental at managing stuff as well, and Codemasters are mental. And then now, because they get through so many staff, everyone has to use Unreal Engine because you can train staff on it easier, even though it's worse. Even though it's worse than their proprietary engines, but it's not in the sense that you can train staff and you can get staff. So, oh dear. But there you go. Also, there's so much bloat in modern games where you'll just get so many features that supposedly need to be added that they don't really, but they become like the publisher checklist of what needs to be in it at all costs. Well, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. The story stuff for the Formula 1 games should be completely separate, and that shouldn't be like that hard of a thing to do. But oh wow, I don't know. I don't know how much of a mess things are. I don't know what their staff turnover is. I don't know how much profit they take from it. I don't know how, you know. Yeah. Well, also the new Straight 4 game, which is good because yeah, I think Unreal's pretty much a disaster. Assetto Corsa Evo will be using it will have been developed on top of ACC, I'd imagine, or they'll obviously use what they've learnt from AC and ACC. Kunos have always, basically, originally it was Netcar, then Netcar Pro, then Ferrari Virtual Academy, then Assetto Corsa, then ACC, and they've always, you know, you don't throw away good stuff that you've done in the past. You keep building on it. Sometimes people just rewrite stuff from scratch, but well, Codemasters were financially in quite a bit of trouble, and then Dirt Rally basically bailed them out, and then they messed up Dirt Rally. And they had an absolute cash cow with Dirt Rally, where they could have basically just kept selling DLC for it. They could have literally. So you got Dirt Rally 1. They could have every year or every 2 years just done another realistic Dirt Rally, but then done like, oh, we're selling DLC for it, or new stages are coming constantly, or new cars or livery. Like, there's whole loads of stuff that you could sell within Dirt Rally as well, especially for like they had Rallycross in it. You could sell loads of things that console players would want to buy inside of the game. It's just so unimaginative and so like wasted potential. And then they had momentum with Dirt Rally 1, and then they did that weird what was it, the one where they messed up they messed up it was the one where it was like both realistic and not realistic at the same time, with like semi-procedural tracks, and it was like, well, what's this about? Like, it doesn't cater to anybody. The first Dirt Rally made them a lot of money. It made them a lot of money. That basically saved Codemasters, from what I understand, because it was a good game. So shitloads of people bought it on PC. They got they also licensed it to Oculus, so that's probably like 500,000 or something, just like straight away. The The console version of it sold reasonably well, and it's not like the most crazy of games to develop. They literally could have just kept building. They could have just kept releasing tracks for it. I would have happily, even with Dirt Rally 1, the first one, even if they just did every month, it was like, oh, here's a £10 pack that comes with 2 more rally stages and a car. I would pay that every month, and I think all Dirt Rally fans would all pay £10 a month for new rally stages, because there might not be a lot of rally fans, but the rally fans that are there are happy to buy stuff because they haven't got anything. This is what people have found in sim racing with the hardware. There's not many people that do sim racing, but you can sell them £1,000 sim rigs or £1,000 steering wheels. So even you might only have like 200,000 sim racers, but there's like 20,000 of them that will spend £5,000, £6,000, £7,000 on sim racing equipment. So it actually works out. It's not going to be as big as like a huge mass market game, but it's a audience that buys things. But oh well. Yeah, but it's quite a common thing with like developers, like large developers or publisher developers. There's often like, it's just weird how things are managed and maybe micromanaged too much, and you don't know what the finances are behind the scenes and how, you know. Oh, I'm gonna go to bed, I think, 'cause I have to get up tomorrow early, so. Just weird. It's a weird world. Well, we got things cable tidied nicely, which is good. We organised things a bit better. We got punted a few times. We'll see how things go. I'm going to send you to... Who do we send you to? Who is there?
Look at the transition of the color.
Hey, everyone. If you want to pick a car to root for in this race, all you have to do is type race.
I don't get the AI racing. I don't understand it.
Fiesta, droga y alcohol, gente. Tiene que llevar también 3 o 4,
I know. I'm gonna send you to this guy. He's playing a real game. Right. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you soon. Take care. We'll have to do some AC and LMU soon, actually. That'll be good. Bye.